A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Johannesburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Johannesburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Johannesburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Johannesburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Johannesburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Johannesburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, The committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on the housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPLA social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on the housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPLA social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on the housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPLA social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on the housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPLA social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on the housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPLA social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on the housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPLA social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on the housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPLA social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. A good day to the residents of Gauteng. My name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petitions Standing Committee in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. On the 29th to the 30th of March, the committee will host the public external hearings wherein the focus will be on housing and RDP-related matters as well as the taxi inquiry report. We therefore extend an invite to all interested stakeholders to join us through our GPL social media platforms. The venue for our external hearing will be at the Thaba Eco Hotel, which is located in the city of Joburg. We encourage the residents of Gauteng to follow us so that jointly we can hold the government accountable. We thank you. Somebody just said no, man. Quickly give them something. I mean, the sun's paper polls and. Are you coming? Who is the coming? Who's the senior president here? Where's the DDG? Where's the DDG? Now you know dealing with this thing with directors. In fact, that thing was included in the act. And when we have external hearings or in the regulations, maybe not in the act, in the regulations, or a senior officials, it must go into the regulations. Yeah. Then the chief directors are coming in support. Directors. Why MPLs? We can't really choose to interacting with middle management. Maybe let me not say junior, middle management. One senior management. So that when we go and report back on different media platforms, so I'm saying this is what the department has said. And the chief director really take they can't. Okay. No, that's good. What time are we starting? Yeah, let's start. Because, Caesar, tell us when we can start. So is everybody here that is good here? Yeah, there's a lot of movement. I don't know. I mean, look at this report, there's 2 pages. It's a 1-page report, basically. It's not even. Yeah. It doesn't give us time frames, nothing. It gives us the background which we already know. And basically this is the response. So imagine sending this kind of a report to a committee. What kind of report is this? Yeah, basically giving us a purpose, a background. And this is supposed to be what they are reporting. Doesn't say anything. Maybe Ritawile will explain. She's coming. Yeah, I mean, what is this?
Doesn't even talk to the
Yes. Yeah, but then the report doesn't articulate. It simply says,
so none of the petitions.
Aisha, I remember you said. Yeah, maybe let's see again we start. So that it's, now I work on time.
I'm fine.
I'm rapid.
Hey, what is that?
Alright, man, what do you make man? Why didn't they get a little swara?
Hey,
Grand.
hi, Bishar.
That's what you okay. Member, is there a way in which you can create a link for member there? She's requesting that. Is it possible? Morning. Let's how does this thing work? It's too far. Even mine. Yeah, Caesar, what number? Cool. Yeah, maybe let's, if we can all get into our positions so that we lessen the movement. We really would want to start. Good morning. I really really hope everyone is having a pleasant Monday morning. Monday mornings are known notoriously not to be so kind and friendly. So I really hope that we're all geared for an onerous day wherein we'll be dealing with a number of petitions, quite a number of petitions. So maybe let's start by welcoming all of you and thanking yourselves for coming through so that we can dispense with the business of the day. But of course, I must hastily state that our meeting is governed by a number of frameworks. The first one being the Gauteng Petitions Act. But of course, a link to that, the petitions regulations. Of course, regulations that would give enforcement to the act. But other than that, is that as we convene here, we are in essence in the framing of the machinations of how the legislature functions and operates, including how it conducts its meetings. So I think the primary thing is that we declare this site to be a precinct of the legislature. And I think that is governed by section, is it 56? Section 56. So I think we'd want to start off by declaring this venue as the precinct of the legislature. So for all intents and purposes, our expressions, our line of engagement, our conduct must be reflective of how ordinarily our meetings will be hosted if it had been in the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial. So we don't want to take anything away, you see. And I know often at times that there might be temptations that, hey, because we're in a different venue, therefore we can adopt the different rules. Unfortunately, that is not the case. So there is an expectation that we act in accordance with how our meetings are duly held in the normative course of events, that is in the legislature. So we really want to thank all of you this morning, really. I know, as I will have earlier stated, Mondays are quite onerous. But quite fortunately, and I want to say fortunately, we are imbued with a responsibility, a huge responsibility of being the intermediaries, standing on behalf of the residents of Gauteng. So about just all of us, because all of us as public office holders, as well as respective department officials, there's something in common, is that it is the residents of Gauteng, it is the citizenry of this country that ensures that we draw the salaries that we draw. So in essence, the point that I'm making is that we really need to do justice to our commitment of servanthood. So we're not just doing it because it's compliance. We don't gather only because we've got to record a number of meetings that we will have had. But we convene so that jointly we engage ourselves robustly around how best to find the necessary solutions to some of the lamentations, challenges, hues and cries which have been raised by the residents of Gauteng. So I want to make an appeal that as we go through the number of petitions which will be put forth for this hearing, we do that with an open mind. We do that with an open mind. But we also do that bearing in mind the level of frustration that will have militated petitioners to even pick up a pen to write to the legislature, excoriating their frustrations. And I'm communicating that to ourselves at this front, but as well as to our respective departmental officials. That our constitutional edifice, our constitutional democracy connotes that the citizenry of the Republic need to be represented adequately. So, if you will, there's our democracy is a two-folded. On the one side, it's that it's representative. So, in the normal course of events, every after 5 years, there will be a cycle of elections, national elections, which will elect people to become members of parliament, and of course, at the level of the provinces, members of the provincial legislature. So we serve where we are at your bequest. We don't just do it on our part, but it's on your part that we are where we are. But of course, the other dimension of our constitutional democracy is that there must be a level of public participation. So active citizen involvement. So it's, if you will, a public participation. And so the petition system infuses what in essence is encapsulated within the overall modeling of our constitutional democracy. So we're giving expression to that policy outlook and policy articulation. And that is why we're here this morning. All of you will remember that we're a constitutional state, effectively meaning that we're governed by a constitution. If you have regard to section 56D, as well as section 69D, they make provision for people to petition government. And government is not only, we tend to often confuse a government to just be the executive. Government is also us in the respective legislatures. But of course, there would then be a separation of power amongst the three different tiers of government. So on the one hand, and I want to explain this thing so that it's clearly understood, even by petitioners, is that on the one hand, you have got parliament. So the legislature, if you will, it's a provincial parliament, which makes all the laws, but also intervenes where warranted. And then on the other hand, you have got the executive, which is what you call, government. And so the different departments led by the premier, or at the level of national by the president, is what we say is the executive. And then of course, at an elevated level, national, you then will have the judicial, which are the enforcers of the legislation or the laws that are made by Parliament. Of course, as well as the legislature, because the legislature is also imbued with powers to make laws. So there are those provincial legislation that often gets passed into law, including even at a local level of government, or municipalities, because municipalities are also conferred with the power to make, is it bylaws? They make bylaws, which in the alternate, if there's any breach in abiding with those specific laws, then our judiciary intervenes as such. But in their interpretation of these laws, the judiciary can also assist in the formulation of specific legislation and the likes. So the point that I'm making is that petitioners being here are here on the virtue of the constitutional rights conferred on them. So I'm not doing you a favor. So I thought we really needed to come up front on that. The sooner you submit a petition, it binds us. So it's a social compact. So it's social compacting. In that almost immediately, we're expected as the representative public office holders to assist you to find a way to remedy whatever frustrations that you might have. But then the last thing that I want to mention is that, be that as it may, is that much as we expect the executive to perform specific tasks or functions or to deliver specific services, you will remember that our constitution also recognizes some of the limitations that the executive might have insofar as the provisioning of those specific services. And that is why elsewhere, I think it might be section 36, might be mistaken. It's the general limitation clause. It says the state must endeavor to do all that it can within available resources. Okay? So I want that to come out clear, because somebody might take to the streets next week and say, we want the hospital, we want the tertiary hospital, and we want it immediately. What we want to encourage our petitioners to understand is that the executives works through a system. And there's a system of procurement, of planning, a strategic, development of plans and the likes. So it doesn't willy-nilly do things as they please, because they account for every single action undertaken on their part. I think we call it administrative actions, isn't it? So it's a branch of our law, administrative law, that says all the decisions of the executive, and the executive, what you call a government, must do things in a manner that promotes good governance, fairness, and the likes. So they don't just do things arbitrarily and undermine our laws. And that is why often at times there might be a delay in the provision of a specific services. And we're not necessarily saying that that is condoned. We're not saying that. But if it happens to be that it might have been on the basis of the limitation of resources, and there's a demonstration to that effect, it could be understood. But then there are other delays which are not substantiated by any good reasoning. And this is what we have got problems with. This is where you will find that we then have got this friction between ourselves and government. So we thought that those notes are quite crucial to be expressed in this meeting so that we don't miss that point. Because that in the main will constitute the basis of our discussions in respect of the petitions that are before us this morning. But I really want to, as I will have already done, appreciate all of you. I know ordinarily we'll have a much more larger contingent of people when we host our external hearings. So in the normal course of things, we would take this external hearing to our communities. So we usually would take these sessions so that there's more access. Remember, part of what we must encourage, it's access to government. So that there's no artificial barrier which bars people from accessing their own government. But because of the COVID regulations, we will have deemed that it might not necessarily be as possible for us to extend the platform so that even ordinary members of our respective communities can participate in a way that will assist them to understand the ways in which government works. But I think it's a commitment that we attempt, even in the most difficult of times, to try to achieve, and hence a number of you are here this morning. So we wanted to just communicate that you bear with us. We know that there's a much more keener interest of people participating within these kinds of sessions. We can guarantee that in future, once the situation is normalized, we'll go back to our traditional way of hosting these sessions. Then there's the issue around language barrier, because that might also implicate access. So we can talk about physical access of space, but then there's another one of language. So as we take the different petitions, I think we'll start by asking whether people would understand specific languages, or where you feel that you might not understand a point that will have been raised. You reserve all the right to raise your hand so that we clarify. I get. We want that you understand in the most basic, simplest form, so that we don't complicate. And that is how government must function. Re tloetse gore no ha ntse re kwala re buisa ditokomane tse sekgwa se ba se buisang mo ditokomaneng se ke se segolo, so setse re se tlwaetse le rona nakong wa kry-a le gore re challenge batho ba ko borona. I don't think that would be our intention, and hence I will appeal to all petitioners that where there's a point where you are not understanding, feel free in any language to alert us, to whatever challenge that you might have, insofar as how we'll have communicated responses or part of the discussions that we will have. I really hope and trust that when we leave here in the afternoon, and this is my hope, without necessarily creating any expectations, that we will have tried or at least attempted to come closer to assisting those that will have raised the one issue or the other through the petition system, to have their matter come to finality. I really hope that would be the case. In other instances, and I must caution, because it's important to do so. That this platform, much as it's a critical one, it might not necessarily immediately produce overnight solutions, but at least it's in part. So you can see that there are efforts being put in to try to resolve specific issues. You see? On other issues, there might be instances where we say we'll have to follow up, we'll have to go back, so that we either get proper reports or request either of the departments that will appear before us to really enrich their reports, to go back, investigate, so that finally when we do feedback to yourselves as a petitioners, the responses coming from a department would be adequate and satisfactory. So I thought we should also raise that. So having said that, I'm going to hand over to, well, maybe the oversight that I'm making is that I did not even introduce myself before I rushed in. I think I rushed in. So finally, my name is Ezra Letsoalo. I'm the chairperson of the Petition Standing Committee. It's a very unique committee. Very, very unique. I always maintain, I always brag about this committee because it's a committee that is at the center of our communities and amongst our people. It's an all-rounder committee, all-rounder, meaning that we deal with any issue so long as it falls within the purview or within the ambit of the executive as well as the legislative authority in our province. On matters that are national, we will refer to the NCOP. But the committee is also given powers to cause for the appearance of any person, any. So it can be the premier, it can be the MEC, it can be the mayor, it can be the MMC, it can be whoever person, so that they assist us in dealing with issues that will have been raised through petitions. But of course, we do this work as a collective, as a team. Our committee is twofold. Is that there's a political membership to the committee. And these are the members. So the members that you are seeing before yourselves are the political membership of the committee. But of course, there's also the administrative membership of the committee, which are the anchors of the work that we do administratively. So I'm going to request that the members, will start with the political membership, formally introduce themselves so that you can know them. These are people that you will have elected. You elected them, so you must know them. So we'll start on my left. That beautiful lady with the red overall. I think it represents, you'll tell us what the overall represents. Thank you very much.
Morning, everyone. My name is Khomoso Tong. I serve on this committee. Thanks.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. My name is Malisala Lutaba. I'm the alternate member of this portfolio committee. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Greg Schneeman, and I'm a member of this standing committee. Thanks.
Morning, everyone. My name is Petros Mabunda. I'm a member of this committee.
Yeah, I think those are the members present. But of course, there's about 3 who are going to join us in the course of the day. So our committee, it's a multi-party committee. So there's the ANC, there's the EFF, there's the DA. I think that's it. No? We don't have a Freedom Front. Yeah. So that's the political membership. Can I request the administrative membership, starting from you members, to introduce yourselves? Because you are an integral part of the committee as well.
Good morning. My name is Zagale Sibanyoni. I'm a coordinator for Petitions Committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Musima Kekana, legal advisor. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mr. Shabangu. I'm the Petitions Administrator at the Petitions Office. Thank you.
Right. Sanbona Kamalamu Simpiangwaning, you're researcher for your committee.
Sanbonani Ikamalam Dungnombula Lumfuku. I'm a committee administrator for the Petitions Committee. Thank you.
Sanbonani Kamalam Kuleganwa Kulu from Hansat.
Sanbanini, my name is Zianda Mabaso, Service Officer.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Dimachironi, good morning. My name is Mburaini Likade. I provide administrative support to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that constitutes the membership of the committee, both political as well as administrative. So the administrative component is the people that you harass with the petitions. So this team is the one that is responsible for petitions spreading across the entire tour of the province. A number of petitions are coming from municipalities. Some of them are related directly to our own departments as well as agencies. So this is the team that is here this morning to come and engage and try to find solutions on petitions that you will have submitted. So thank you very much, Masis. Do we outline? Okay, so if we can just a flag, because I want everybody to see the program. So I want you to see the layout of our hearing this morning, so that you then have a sense of the petitions that we are going to. So I must say that there's quite a number of petitions that we deal with, quite a number. Over 1,000. But because in our process of screening petitions, we might feel that there are those urgent petitions that warrants immediate attention. But of course, there are also backlogs of petitions, and we would think that, but this issue has long been in the system. Let's give it priority, and that is why all the petitions that are here this morning. If we had sufficient time, and I always argue that we actually need a whole week. We need a whole week's external hearing to deal with petitions, whole week, But of course, we're piloting that. Hopefully, in the nearby future, we'll be able to do that. So we're going to start with the first petition, that relates to the Department of Health. It's about formal structure and extension of the clinic. Is it possible that we can project so that I'm not the only one seeing the screen? Oh, you can see it. Okay. So the responsible department there is the Department of Health. Do we have representatives from the department? Can we check? Okay. Are you the only one? Can we pass on the mic? Let's already Monday blues. Yeah, maybe let's find a way of handling the issue of the mic so that we don't take up too much time.
The direct answer, yes. But if I were to expand, the understanding was that what is important is in terms of the response and feedback. And we then had to, within the department, because we've got standing meetings that also try and align and address in terms of the purposes of what we're doing today. So I was then mandated to say at least if I could. So the department is fairly well represented from that point that we'll be able to. And maybe at this point also introduce myself. My name is Dr. Sfiso Masego, and the item that was petitioned, it's an item that falls under my responsibility as well as the head of infrastructure. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. Dr. Maseko, isn't it?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Maseko, the head of infrastructure. So this is a relevant. Dr. Maseko, we are going to ask you maybe to move a bit closer here. And then where are the petitioners? Can we... where are the petitioners? Okay. We want it first. It's only, or there's two of you. Okay. Or three. Okay, wonderful. Who is leading the delegation? Kwenama? Okay. Norokopa wikizis.
Sanbonan. That's right. Okay. Sanbonan. Yep. Ngiyaxolisa ngicela ukukhuluma ngelanguage yami engizokwazi ukuthi ngikhulume ngikhululeke. Ningixolele kakhulu la ningezwa ngakhona ngiyacela ningibuze. Ngenzela ukukhululeka nangikhuluma. Ngiyabonga kakhulu ukuthola leli thuba. Bengitshele ukuthi ngizoqala ukubonga kubaba uSnodo. Manje ngathi angiboni ukuthi ukhona ukuthi angimazi nokumazi ke mhlawumbe ukhona angimazi ngoba bengimhlupha ngefone. Kodwa ngihlupha umuntu engingamazi. Mayelana ngayo iklinik yethu yase Vlakfontein Top. Kusukela ngo-2017.
Yeah, no, it's okay, Mama. Ke Mama Mchalin?
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much, Mama. Nervatla fela introduction for now.
Oh, okay.
And
Now
then Ntate Likade will go through the summary of the petition. So this is how the process works.
Yeah.
Doctor as well as Mama Mcha.
All right.
So our petition officer will go through the summary of the petition.
Right.
And once he has done that, we'll come back to you to check whether you are confirming the contents of the petition, whether they are a true reflection of the petition that you will have submitted. If you say yes, then we will request Dr. Maseko to give us a response from the department. So this is a departmental response. Okay?
Okay.
And then once Dr. Maseko has given us his response or the departmental response, we'll check with yourself whether there's any issue or issues that you might want to raise. including the membership of the committee. Again, if you think there's areas where you think you might want to engage the department on, we would then empower you to do exactly that. So it's a very simple process. Again. So at this point, we're going to hand over to Ntate Likade to take us through the summary of the petition.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. The rapporteur in this matter is Member Mufama, and the title is Formal Structure and Extension of Clinic Vlakfontein, registration number PP36A06/18HE. The petitioner is Ms. Phumzile Mtshali,
Yeah.
an adult female who resided 5118 Vlakfontein, submitting this petition as a concerned member of the Vlakfontein proper community. The petitioner alleges Vlakfontein Clinic is very small and comprises on the patient's right to privacy, since 2 patients are attended to at the same time in the same room. She further alleges that the clinic is also understaffed. The petitioner also alleges that patients and the elderly must bear the cold and rainy weather outside, as the clinic does not have a big waiting area, and that patients always stay longer than the stated duration of 3 hours. She also alleges that the clinic is made of containers as a temporary measure, and that the roofs are now leaking and the clinic cannot be renovated as a result. Ms. Mtshali further alleges that in 2015, during a meeting with the Gauteng Department of Health officials, they were promised that a formal structure will be built as part of extending the clinic. However, nothing has been done to date. The petitioner alleges that a budget was approved for the extension of the Vlakfontein Clinic, but nothing transpired. Chair, the petition was tabled and adopted on the 25th of July 2018, referred to the Gauteng Department of Health for investigation and reporting, and to the Portfolio Committee on Health for oversight on the 27th of July 2018. Follow-up was sent to the department on the 16th March 2020. Subsequent to that, the meeting with petitioners and rapporteur was convened on the 20th of March 2020. Chair, I must indicate that indeed the department responded to this matter. They submitted a report which was shared with petitioners. However, petitioners disputed the content thereof, of the report. So as it stands currently, that is the status of the petition. The department responded, submitted a report which was shared with petitioners whom were not happy in terms of how the department responded. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Mrs. If you can flag the report, because about Mama Mtshali to see the report. And this was as far back as 2019, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it? The report.
Yes.
That will have. Okay. So Mama Mtshali, that is the summary of the petition. Can we check whether you are confirming the contents are true and accurate? Summary. If you are agreeing to the summary of the petition, and then we'll deal with the report as well as the response from the department.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm not reading well because of it's too far from me.
Oh, but the summary,
Yeah.
Okay, let that more or less know it. So in a sense, we are agreeing to the report. So maybe let's don't take it out. Don't take out the response, because we want to give Dr. Maseko a chance to speak to the report and other recent, developments, that might be related to the report. So that Mayor Mtshali and the other petitioners that are here will have a much more clearer understanding. So over to you, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good morning to Chair and the committee.
If we can just assist with the mics, because they are a bit distant and it might be an issue. Yeah, audibility might be a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, I think it's...
Is it okay?
I'm not sure, Chair. Is it fine now?
No, you're okay.
Okay, thanks.
Mine is fine.
I was saying thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to Chair, members of the committee, your admin staff, and the community that is here. And we do appreciate that this has been outstanding, Chair. And I'm also happy in terms of the progress around how the issue is, that as the department, indeed, we responded, and the response was shared with the committee, and I'm happy that at least it was then shared. So I just need your guidance, Chair, whether you would like me to go over the response of the department for record purposes.
Yes.
And then, okay, thank you, Chair. The response was submitted, and we also confirm as the department that it's petition PP 36A/0618H, and its formal structure and extension of Vlakfontein Clinic. And the first concern is that the clinic is small and compromises patients' rights to privacy, as two patients are attended to at the same time in the same room. The department, to this effect, acknowledges, and indeed is true, that the clinic is small. However, the space is being used optimally to meet the required standards. And the room where two patients are seen at a time simultaneously is for patients with chronic diseases and is designated for chronic clubs patients. All patients from these clubs are stable patients that do not need examination generally. They come to collect medicine. However, should that not be the case, patients are then encouraged to inform the nurse or the manager of the clinic head clinician, who will in turn refer them to a room where they will be attended to with necessary privacy respected. What the department is indicating, Chair, is that because when the patients visit the clinic, they visit not necessarily for examination purposes, but for collection of their medication. And it's also patients that are presenting with common, in terms of the mobility that they are presenting for. And so there is no examination that takes place there. It's more in terms of just ensuring that at least the patients receive their medication. And where then at that point, maybe a patient will need to be seen by a clinical staff, then the patient is then taken through the consulting rooms. And then the second one is that the clinic is understaffed, and the clinic has got 59 staff members, of which 42 of those are community health workers, and then 8 are professional nurses. And 5 of the professional nurses are PHC trained, which means then they are part of the clinical team. And then there's a facility manager, a sessional doctor, and for the size of the clinic, that staff is adequate. The third concern is that the patients and the elderly must bear the cold and rainy weather, as the clinic does not have a big waiting area, and that patients always wait longer than the stated duration of 3 hours. It is true that it is small, as we've indicated in our response above. And since then, a communication drive has been to try and encourage patients in terms of scheduling, so that at least we don't find patients being within that. But we've also gone further just to try and put in terms of shelter carport. We are also at finalizing some specification to also assist just within that waiting area, as we had noticed that it's very difficult to find adherence in terms of the communique. And we've tried and we've seen that at least we are now within the 3 hours that we ought to be managing in terms of patients. The other concern is that the clinic is made of containers as a temporary measure, and that the roof is leaking and the clinic cannot be renovated as a result. Here, Chair, we are just saying maybe the petitioner was only concentrating on the park homes, which we had provided to try and increase space. The clinic has got a brick and mortar, and that structure it does not have structural challenges. But the containers, indeed, they had leaking roofs, and it's still a persisting problem. And since then, and we now engaging to try remove the roof. The specifications is finalized, and unfortunately, because of COVID, we had to redirect in terms of other structures that we had to. But the specification is finalized, and we will just be replacing the whole roof of the park homes. But the brick and mortar structure is fine. During 2015, a meeting with the Gauteng, the other concern, a meeting with the Gauteng Department of Health officials, that there was a promise for a formal structure that will be built as part of extending the clinic. The land still remains the challenge. As much as this was that discussion, land could not be identified. The land that was identified was found not to be suitable for building. And to that extent, we then, as part of planning to assist and support, there is a community health center that is being designed for land that was available at the High, which is 3 kilometers away from Vlakfontein. And the High CHC is at the almost final stage of a design, a development. And we had to put it on hold for budgetary constraints early in 2019, but also with COVID. But that project has then been uplifted so that it can be addressed. And it's part of those projects that we hope will be going out to tender soon for. And then the last concern is that a budget was approved for extension of the clinic. I think we've then we've addressed it in terms of how we're going to manage, in terms of how managing the clinic. But also just want to go in further and indicate that we've been, in terms of the day-to-day or the maintenance, making sure that at least the clinic is maintained and receives the necessary maintenance attention. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Thomas Ego, for the report. Maybe let's ask Mama Mshali if she wants to engage with the report. What are some of the frustrations, honor of the report? I will also empower the other petitioners also coming. So if there's something that you might want to say, you can raise your hand to make you. In any language?
No, I'm right here in this one.
Mama?
Nothing other.
You are satisfied with the report?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
I satisfied.
Igama lami ngo Isaac Mvemve.
Yeah, maybe bring the mic a bit closer so that you can all hear.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson.
and house as well. My igama lam Isaac Mvemve, one of the petitioners or delegates from the community.
Yeah.
Siyabonga ukuva okunye from kwi-department ukuthi kwenze i-process ikuphi right now, because inkinga esinayo kakhulu ngayo i-clinic andivumelani nokuthi abantu abangena eromini eyi-1 basuba beyo-collecta nje ama-chronic medicine wabo kuphela. Even noma ngaba uphethwe yini mawufika ningena nibe yi-2 eclinic uchaza ukuthi uzeleni eromini niyi-2. Sometimes uthola ukuthi ndimngaka ndinje anikwazi ukuthi ndithi ndingenile mhlambe ngene nomuntu ongumama mhlambe niphethwe owanye umuntu ongumama uphethwe into yabo mama akakwazi ukukhuluma free ukuthi uzeleni la eclinic. So leyo yokuthi kuthiwe leyo is addressed is not, is still the same. We are still going in one room at the same time, and even 3 weeks ago this is a clinic kuyo clinic we are talking about. And then the sister stated that now bayayibona is a problem, is undermining the right of privacy of the patient, but ukuze benze bafake 2 is because nabo bazama ukupusha i-lie, you see. So angivumelani ukuthi that one is addressed. It's not addressed, it's still the same. Secondly, I understand is because of the COVID iye delay a process yokuthi ku remove i-roof, ama-roof ukuthi ayeke ukulika. What happened, because this petition actually is the second one, is the first one, and then when was addressed the issue of the first petition, our problem was that the department wanted to bring park homes. As before, a clinic committee is addressing ukuthi the clinic is approved, ukuthi yakhiwe. So now, the question yet out. Last we were addressed ukuthi the clinic is approved, but now kuthiwa kuziswa ama-containers. Why now? Who's fooling who? And then that's when we said, no, we want the clear answers. And then can you, but suddenly kwa change a clinic committee. The clinic committee ebe kona after that. That's when yona ite I account the community. So I now kustela luto kwa shukuti sine problem manje askwazi ku communicator ne clinic, because the clinic committee cannot address the community. Even sibize a public meeting sicela ukuthi sibaphe babe ne speech bas address kwi issues umphakathi okhala ngazo zeze clinic. They say no comment. So saba ne problem with if the clinic committee as a believer ukuthi is representing us as the community cannot account to the community where it does it account. That's why when we do the second one, we say, no, we need the department to come and address us in this issue, because it seems abantu abasmele in that clinic, they are not representing us, they are representing themselves. So, kwindaba yokulinda ngaphandle ye-waiting room, it's very, very painful. If anyone can go there before 7 in that clinic, you will find a long queue outside the clinic, and then it's not safe outside the clinic. Kuyabanda kuyanetha kunjani abantu bama ngaphandle, and mabeme ngaphandle uze clinic because ugula. Maybe ukufanele ume lo 2 hours 3 hours ume ngaphandle uyagula ngapha awuzanga because ubumnandi. That is the problem esinayo nge-clinic. And I think one thing is missing in this petition It was the issue yokuthi that clinic as is small. Sibe sicela ukuthi kube ne emergency room like umuntu ofuna ukuteta while kusilinde iambulance maybe or ulimele akwazi ukuba ethola ama first aid before iambulance ifike imthathe imsesibhedlela because the clinic yavala ngo4 maybe umuntu angalimala ngo6 or ngo7 while we are waiting for the ambulance we don't have to asinanda siyambuka umuntu azaza shona because ambulance ayikho ezomsiza and maybe if ebengasiwe clinic athole first aid iambulance imthathe lapha eclinic bekungaba ngcono. That was another issue I think is missing in that brief summary petition. I must pause there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much. Mama, do you maybe want to say something? So that we don't close you out. Start to go, Mama. Where are the mics? You only have one mic. Let's deal with this issue of the mics. Otherwise, it's going to be time consuming. I don't think one time. Let's make the mics readily available. It can be a long day coordinate movement of mics. No? With the team. Let's coordinate the mics better. Appreciate it.
Morning, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, the political members, administration members. My name is Mapule Singo Momela from Alexander, Region E, Ward 76.
Mama, let me just check. Are you from this community, Flag Fountain?
No, I'm not. I'm a petitioner.
Yeah, no, maybe let's pause. Because we only want to deal with those that are from a Flag Fountain.
Yes.
Otherwise, we might compound the issues. Mama Mshali, you had missed an opportunity.
Yeah.
When I asked whether there's any issue with the report. But we'll allow you so that we don't close you out. But earlier on, I asked you whether you have got any issues with the report, and you said there weren't issues. But it's okay.
Okay. Bengicela ukubuza baba ukuthi njengoba i-department ithi-ke iyezwa. Okay, sizolinda isikhathi esingakanani ukuthi lokusana okwenza ukuthi ngibuze ukuthi sizolinda isikhathi esingakanani ukuthi baba ngempela babhlungu ngoba angithi manje nina anikwazi ukuthi nize emphakathini nizobona into esikhuluma ngayo ukuthi ngempela affecta kangakanani umphakathi. Manje nisuke nizwe ngathi la bese ifeeling ingafani nokubona, ukuzwa akufani nokubona. Ngoba ngempela uma ngabe uya lapha yana eFlagfontein ngifisho manje uzothola kunenkinga. Khona engicela ukuthi nakho kungasali. Istaff yebo sincane. Kodwa indlela istaff esisebenza ngayo bantu benkosi nangabe kungaba khona indlela eningasinceda ngayo noma mhlambe nizokwazi ukuthi ukhona enizodlulisela kuyena okuyena oqondene nalokho, ngiyacela ukuniphathisa. Sinenkinga ngestaff esisebenza naso eFlagfontein. Siyacela ukuthi engathi ngabe istaff singaqedi iminyaka sihleli ndawonye. At least sithathe 1 year nisishintshe nibe yesinye kanjalo. Ngoba khona manje ilokuzana i-clinic committee ihlukene phakathi because of usister. Usister uyakwazi ukungena phakathi kwe-clinic committee so that kuzoba ne-group ezozwana naye. Okay, ngiyaxolisa.
Mama Mjani.
Yep.
Maybe just a caution.
Yep.
I get we had received your petition, and it was specific. The only thing that I fear is that when we extend the petition to deal with matters which are not necessarily what you will have written to us, it might derail us. So because now we're entering another space where we're now talking about the divisions amongst the clinic committee, so which is not in the petition. See, I wanted us to engage what you have given us, because this is what will have followed the department on. The department will have given us a response. So maybe let's leave it at that. Is that okay? I think you have raised the issue around the time frame. Or when you say you are going to build, when? No. And I think it's that point is well captured.
Yeah, ngikushiso ukuthi kudala silokhuza njengoba ebeka nje nomfowethu sekuyisikhathi eside kusukela kusekhona uMEC uqedani Mahlangu nakhona yaphatha njengoba ngishilo nalapha yana kwilokhuzana yaphatha then kwamoshaka ukuthi kuhambe uMEC uqedani waqala phansi omusha uMEC kwatholakala ukuthi naye ifuneka a-check ukuthi kwenzakalani then lokhu kuba isikhathi esithi ngalesi sikhathi lokhu udonsa abantu bayasokola phela amakhaza nelanga uhleli kukho kanti uyagula ungagcina usufile nokufa phela manje babhlungu kangangokuthi umphakathi ngempela akusawuphethe kahle na last week kade bezama ukuthi bayakhona eclinic sebefuna ukuyozizwela bona kodwa manje nasisokoleke silokhu sivimba ke into esingayazi ukuthi sovimba kuze kube nini.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, So members, let me check with yourselves whether something that you might have picked up, that you might want to raise with the department.
No, thanks, Chair. I think it's on the department. Considering that some of the issues raised might be of capex in nature, particularly rebuilding or building a new clinic, but there's low-hanging fruits like the maintenance of the leaking roof. It's something that maybe Dr. Maseko can commit in terms of when can that leaking roof be fixed. And secondly, it's with regards to that waiting area. Is there a consideration from the department to extend it or make it bigger for it to accommodate the bigger number as opposed to the current number it's accommodating at the moment? So that as people or patients are waiting for attendance by the health staff, at least they are not in the rain or in the cold as the petitioners are alleging. Because if I understood the response from the department, there seemed to be appreciation that that waiting area is too small. So I'm just checking is there a possibility that if budget permit, can we look into extending that area and repair the leaking roof at a reasonable time, Dr. Maseko? Well, the other area of the building, well, it can take its course because it's too dependent on the budget. And I think petitioners do understand as well. All they want is that there's things that can be repaired or be done now, which will not necessarily take that long. to pay it, especially the maintenance part of the building. Thanks, Chair.
Very much.
Thanks very much, Chair. I think I've been covered pretty much in by Wunda, because my concern when I've been looking at the petition summary we've got here and as well is exactly what Member Mubunda is saying. Some of these matters could have been addressed, I think. Some of them are not major. Some of them are more substantial matters, like building, etc. But I think one would just want to then get an indication, really. What is the process towards building? How far are we? I know you did a couple of matters, but what are the timeframes? I would imagine that even if there's processes in play and it must be followed, there must be a timeframe that has possibly looked at. Well, we anticipate, if all goes well, that by that particular period, progress. You can just get an indication of time frame. But I think the last thing I want to say is I think it brings home the issue again that perhaps there needs to be an understanding as to what petitions are about and how do we respond quicker. Some of the smaller things that it may seem small and it may seem of no real relevance to somebody sitting in an office, but if the roof was fixed, if some sort of work was done on a waiting area, it would have made a huge difference to the experience of patients when they're coming into the clinic, if there was somewhere to wait and not be in the cold, etc. So I think for me really is that this is a lesson of how we need to respond much quicker to some of the smaller issues. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members on my left. Are you fine? Member Dong, are you also covered?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, Dr. Maseko, I really hope you are noting this point. Well, on my part, now, is that there's one question that comes up about the lack of consultation. And much as our focus is directed at the department, which is a provincial department, is that obviously the whole issue around the clinics is one that is navigated between two spheres of government, the province, but as well as local. And I'm wondering for my part, where is the municipality? What role is the Department of Health play in respect of giving feedback to these communities around the sum of the so that they are not a mess? In fact, in our own observation is that most of the petitions come about as a result of communities not having adequacy of information. And I would have thought possibly our municipalities could play a much more proactive role insofar as communicating what some of the plans that either of the departments might have. So if you can take that, for us back, to the Speaker's office, so that we look at better ways in which to disseminate information to our communities. Then I want to check, because norms and standards are quite crucial, particularly in the health space. I happen to work in the Department of National at some point. And one of the things is that you will have a service norms and standards. And then there will be other standards related to the building of health facilities. And I'm wondering, when we say a 2-room clinic, could that even qualify as a clinic? much as you will have articulated its purpose. But I'm just worried about whether we're meeting with the requisite norms and standards for it to be a clinic. So for me, it appears as if it's a makeshift, and I know there's a specific word, that specific title. I'm forgetting the title now. Well, I would say makeshift clinic, but there is a specific wording that you use. And the points that have been raised about privacy infringement are very crucial, very, very crucial. Because how do you manage, unless if it's not the case, maybe that is not one of those facilities that handles, HIV/AIDS related cases. Because you can almost imagine when you have to go through that assessment. I mean, you would want that there is a level of privacy, But for all other ailments, because people, there's a social stigma attached to some of these, disease profiles, if you will. And people might feel more comfortable if their privacy was, in a way, assured. Then the issue of the staff as well, although it's not a feature of the petitions. So we say overall 59. But of course, in essence, we know that you will have your professional nurses. I think you will have said 8 in the report. I mean, how do they work within such a nominal space? Because there's also the question around the feasibility of space and the machinations around how people work within that space. I can almost imagine that they alternate. So it's not as if it's 8 every day. They might have an alternating system. But be that as it may, given the catchment size of the community, in essence, it means that the community relies on this two-roomed facility for services catered for, but maybe even for more. So the commitment to build a clinic, I think it's well appreciated, but because it isn't there now, what measures can we bring about to make sure that we've got a bit of an expansive model of the services that are rendered by the facility? But I'll tell you my biggest problem, Dr. Marcel, my single biggest problem is that not so long ago I was in, so this clinic is in Vlakfontein. Not so long ago I was in Lakeside Clinic, which is in Midvaal, Ward 6. Same thing. So the lamentations are the same. 2-roomed clinic. No, in fact, there it's even worse. There's a wall, but yeah, the municipal authority is refusing usage of the wall, for housing of people. And so when it rains, you can almost imagine the disaster that is there. I mean, it's a horrendous scene if you were to go there in the morning. And I can almost imagine it to be the same thing with a Vlakfontein clinic. Because the reality is that you have got all these geriatrics who rely heavily. So every second day they're in our clinics. Now, if you don't even have a proper shelter, winter is just upon us. What happens to Wonghono? So much as we say it's a collection facility, but the sense that we are getting from the petitioners is that, but it's actually more, there are other more services that are being, catered for. So I'm really worried that we're seeing somewhat of a number of those kinds of facilities, which can be ascribed the status of a proper, clinic. It might actually even be a bit demeaning. And then the last thing is that this is a 2019 report. So the report was sanctioned by Malekhwale, if I'm not mistaken, as I saw it. It was Malekhwale is the one who signed the report, which was in 2019, before she left. You see, we're now in 2021. So much of what is coming out of the report is what will have been authored in 2019. And I really don't get a sense, and that is why earlier on when I called you to speak to the report, I thought there might have been other developments following this report, so that we're not given the same report in 2021, which was authored in 2019. It really wouldn't make sense. So in a sense, it would say there hasn't been any movement. Now, the challenge is that nobody would believe when we say there is work in progress. If as far back as a report, sanctioned in 2019, in 2021 there's still no progressive update. So I've got a bit of a difficulty reconciling that this report was written in 2019, but we're in 2021 of March, and it hasn't been updated. So what I thought, and I know that Maseko, maybe your appearance before the committee might not have been communicated in time, for you to, because we will have had to deal with that yesterday. My sense was that you might not have received in time to update. But be that as it may, it still doesn't sit well with us as the committee, that the report has not been updated. There hasn't been any follow-through, let alone just to go back, to this community, maybe in concert with the municipality, to say this is where we are now. Because imagine the Abe Flag Fountain, it's big now. You see, it's really big. So I appreciate the Lahai, the commitment that Lahai will come about. I appreciate. But part of what is aching us is also the turnaround around the infrastructure program across the board. You know why? Because we are not necessarily wholly responsible for that. It's a different entity, which is a DID. And I can tell you now, our experience with DID, well, I might not want to say it here. You see? So it makes me a bit anxious. And hence, the two members are saying, but what is it that can be done in the ultimate? Are we not able to, and I got you when you said spacing is a bit of a problem, land. But can we not have a satellite facility to sort of offset? Or where is the next clinic from Barragan Flagfontein? Is there another clinic? There isn't any other clinic within a reasonable traveling radius. Maybe 5 Ks, maybe 10 Ks could be too far. Maybe 5 Ks or even 10 Ks, It's there. Yeah, so that we find a way to really deal with what can be handled, whilst they were contending with the other processes, which might require, a protracted execution on the part of your DID. You know what the issues are. So, yeah, I think in the main those are about the questions that I would have wanted to. So that one of the staff is also crucial, because what is going to happen next is that we are going to receive a petition from the staff, or we are functioning in a very tight space, and that much we have evidenced it in other parts of the province, where people showed us, hey, Chair, look at this facility, So thank you very much, and Tate Maseko. If you can, you wanted to come in before. If you can be brief, ne? Yeah, just be brief so that we allow Dr. Maseko to respond, and then we can finalize.
Cha. Baba bekuwukuthi mina angiphatheki kahle uma ngabe nithi NRA kuyilungisa ama leakings of kwenziwe another park homes kanjalo, because of already ama-park home la yana esinawo.
Park home, that's
Manje
the one
nana
that I was
singakubula kusho ukuthi kobe kulokhu kuqhubeka lokhu kuba ngama-park home and alama-park home abhobokile somehow anembobo okukuthi namagundane akhona khona lana. So ngoba vele indawo esiganga leyana. Manje uma ngabe kulokhu nje kulokhu kuqhubekiswa ama-park home mina ngibuka ukuthi lokhu kuqhubekiswa inkinga instead of kuvele kwakhiwe ngoba asisathuthi phela kungakho ukuthi imkhukhu yodwa. Yes, imkhukhu ikhona edile ngoba njengoba sekuyindawo enkulu ngiyayithanda inkulumo ngazathi uhlala khona eFlagfontein nawusho ukuthi iseyinkulu kabi iFlagfontein seyinkulu more than yona ilhigh. Okay, njengoba iseyinkulu kangaka iFlagfontein iservice yayo iZakaria iservice wala elokhuzaneni eFlagfontein ike ya it was last year ngena zama ukuthi nifaka imobile clinic yase eZakaria kodwa yaphelele emoyeni asazi ukuthi kwenzakalani bekungathi ke seyiyanceda iyahafula nyana kancane but njengoba nje manje nakwasayona leyo mobile clinic ebeyihamba ngetruck ayisekho sekuphindeke kunjalo manje njengoba kune covid nje kuwesi abantu bagcwele ngaphandle kweline ngaphandle kwefence. So angiphatheki kahle uma ngabe kuthiwa kuzonziwa something ukuthi kuyapheshwa akungapheshwa bakithi akungasapheshwa ngoba vele sesilindile isikhathi eside bantu benkosi vele kube istructure esiphilayo esizokwazi ukuthi si-accommodate abantu bonke abantu bakwazi ukuthi bakhululeke ngoba manje ayicha kunzima asazi noma sesiguliswa nayo ikho ukuthi na uye clinic ubuye futhi uwest nokugula.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, let's be brief because we've got a number of other petitions that we must deal with.
Yeah.
No? I just gave you a bit of umbrage so that you just in a few seconds.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. No, mina ngizoba mfushane kakhulu. Ikhona iclinic 8 kilometers away ekuyilena iza south. I-problem yakhona abantu mabesiya besuka eFlagfontein kuthiwa buyelana eFlagfontein ngoba nine clinic eFlagfontein. So ukuba khona kwayo kuyafana nokuthi ayikho iclinic eseduze. Ngifuna ukuphendula nje that question yokuthi there is a nearest clinic than iFlagfontein. Ikhona but doesn't help. Ngoba iyasijikisa kuthiwa masiye eFlagfontein.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mama Bunna.
I wanted to say, because building of a new clinic will probably need a budget. Hence, we had earlier suggested, is there nothing that can be done in the meantime to deal with the issue of the structure of the waiting area and the maintenance of the existing structure? And then I hear from the petitioners their continued insistence. I would suggest that instead of closing this petition, Chair, and I'm not saying Dr. Maseko must not respond. I was saying, can't we have an oversight visit to that clinic within reasonable time? It will also allow Dr. Maseko and the team to do what is practically possible, and then at a reasonable time, as we are able to, before we close the petition, Chair, let's rather visit the clinic and have a look at what is said. It will also allow us to see which is the nearest clinic and if it's practically possible for those that are, or for people to access that area. Thanks.
Yeah. Maybe just to respond to that quickly is that as part of adopting the petition, we immediately referred the petition to the department, but also we assigned member Mofama She will join us a bit late, together with Ndade Likade, who did a preliminary investigation on behalf of the committee. So there's that report. So there wouldn't necessarily be a need to go back, because already that work has been done. So because there's an insistence that a newer clinic or facility be built, and the department sort of commits to that. So in essence, there is a level of a commitment that we are inagreeable. A newer community, it's bigger. Community health center, it's way bigger than just a normal clinic. So on that day, Masego, if you could respond, try to assist us. I know it might not necessarily be your forte on the issue of turnaround times, because like I said, it's a different entity. But in your formulation or sort of anticipation, assist us to get a sense of more or less how long it might take to have that kind of a facility, including raising some of the issues that members will have raised.
Thank you, Chair, and committee members, and thank you to the community members who have. Chair, I do acknowledge that the report was signed off in 2019, and one was then responding in terms of how we managed within the 2019. However, Chair, also maybe I think the petitioners have also, the clinic is not necessary in terms of 2-room, it's got in terms of service point. We do acknowledge that the community has increased, and we are aware, Chair, that yes, it is true. It's a clinic that closes at 4. The community, I think just like in all our service platform, they will then come, all of them in the morning within that. And that's when you have a lot of patients then visiting. We have since then, Chair, been, as I had said, trying to fix within in terms of those roofs. But Mam Charlie is correct that that has not assisted, because it becomes temporary measures. And to that extent, we've then decided that we will strip it, because it's what is, we'll just strip it and replace the roof of that park home. And this has, the specification has been finalized. We have been promised by our implementing agent that they will be appointing in the new financial year. Once the appointment is done, we expect that at least it will take about 2 weeks in terms of just finalizing that. That's one part. And as for the waiting area, we've then, because we could not put in terms of a structure fund unsuitable, we've decided that what we will then be able to do is just to put some kind of a sheltered carport so that it is able to. When there was a discussion and with MSC Mahlangu, and also for in terms of a new clinic, I think Mam Charlie will remember that the decision to have Lehigh was based on the fact that the land that was found was not suitable for building. So then the discussion then was that let's build a community health center which is 3 kilometers away, which is then going to assist. And that is at a final, which is PEP 4A. Once they finalize it, it will then be able to then go for tender. We still, our expectation is that we should be able now, since then we have resumed fully with the health infrastructure program, be able in this financial year to go out to tender for that CAPEX project. I think the other that Chair brought in, we also note what is also being brought here in terms of how even if it's not within the petition, how other challenges were. And then we then saying, Chair, that also as a department, if we then allowed, we could have in terms of a joint visit or meeting at the clinic with the petitioner so that we can be able to then resolve some of the issues that would not necessarily have been put in the petition. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So thank you very much. Mama. So in essence, what Dr. Maseko is saying is that, look, there are those specific interventions, immediate interventions that we are looking at, and then there are certain processes that, as the department, they will have agreed to, including the specifications around, fixing the existing structure. Because in essence, and I got to answer the community health center, there is a commitment that it be built, but it's not going to materialize overnight. It's not something that will say by December you will have it, because it's not done by the department directly. It's done by the Department of Infrastructure Development. So they, as the department, mandate the agency to cause for the construction of that. But even DID must solicit bids, so they must put out the tender for the construction of the clinic, which might take a bit of time. So what we are going to do is that we are going to close it on our part and then refer it to the Portfolio Committee of Health. It's led by Dr. Rebecca Dikhamela to play oversight, and we'll link you with the Portfolio Committee. We'll say these are the commitments that the Department of Health has made. Assist us in following up, because from time to time the department appears before the Portfolio Committee of Health. Legislature NLD committee, a system of committees. So for every department, there's an aligned portfolio committee, including DID, another portfolio committee, specifically related to its work. So Ndate Maseko also suggests that he thinks that maybe they should arrange a meeting with you to go on site, so that the other extraneous issues, the clinic committees, the conduct of the nurse can be addressed at that level, but also for them to have a much more clearer sense of what some other issues are that might need to be resolved. But Lerona, we are going to say to the MEC, much as we have referred this petition to the Portfolio Committee, we will expect the regular updates. Again, at a point where they have kickstarted, because the new financial working, starts when? What is today? It starts on Thursday. Financially, it starts Thursday. That we are going to. So that is what Dr. Maseko was saying. In essence, the process will be started from Thursday, and then we can track it. So in the next 6 months, we'll time it. In the next 6 months, we'll expect a more comprehensive report of where we are. Again, and then Luluna, if you are not happy at the fall of the 6 months, you can contact us so that we follow up. Again, although the Portfolio Committee will be assisting us, because every second week, there's a committee meeting where they meet with the department. Can we resolve like that? Is it okay? Are we agreeable? Morning, member Ndlovu. So that's member Ndlovu. If you can stand up so that they see you. Also a member of the committee, as well as a member Chabalala. Member Chabalala? Okay. Thank you very much. So I think that is where we are. We'll leave it at that, ne? And then we'll follow up. Messiza, if you can just assist in so far as linking them with the portfolio committee of health, so that we really. So let me once more thank yourselves for coming through and for raising this petition with us, as well as yourself, Dr. Maseko. Let's try to assist these communities, including others where there are similar challenges, so that we sort of circumvent the possibility of more petitions of a similar nature coming to us. I don't think it would make any sense, including Lakeside, if you can assist the Lakeside. I know they reported that you were there and so on. You understand the issues. If you can just follow up, and because I know too, they also must go to Ponsong, and it's a bit of a challenge. So if we can, yeah. So thank you very much. We've concluded on this petition. There's a process that we've agreed to. I think you may be excused, as well as the petitioners. Can we then go to our second petition? Agar la utla process are nights amavane, li utlu ilage. Yeah. So hopefully the second one and others will be a bit swift. We're not going to have many exchanges. We give you a chance, you make known your expressions, we move on. Can we take if you can flag it on the system? Yeah, just present.
Thanks, Chair. The second one is encroachment. I just had a telephonic discussion with the representative from the Speaker's office, Ms. Thinel, who indicated that the person who's supposed to come and respond to this is a little bit delayed. So she was pleading with the committee that we move it to maybe number 4, number 5, because the person who's supposed to come and respond is a little bit delayed.
Okay. Yeah, but that person is misbehaving. We don't work that way. If we schedule people, we're here. There's nothing, absolutely nothing, that can justify why an official from the city of Joburg is not here. It's unacceptable. You see? So make sure that when they arrive, they explain themselves as to why they are late, because they never raised it with us formally. You see? When we say we are proceeding from a particular time, that is what we expect. We don't want to entertain these other gimmicks about people showing up late. That is not how we work, because it implicates the planning of the petitioner. Because we said the petitioner must be on time. They are here. We are also here. Full complement of the committee here. We are not going to be held ransom by a sole individual. Who is he anyway? Who is he?
She.
We don't know.
No.
Yeah. Thinel was here. Where's Thinel?
I think she's outside.
Who's coming? Yeah, Thinel, we're on the issue of the encroachment, Alexander. Thinel, we're on the issue of Alexander. Who is supposed to be here from the city? I think we really take umbrage for officials arriving late. This is not their wedding here.
Good morning, Chairperson and members, community members. Initially, Chair, we thought that the departments were not attending, but I've just received feedback now that departments will be attending. I have a director for Alexandra, the P10, and then a director for, what is this, PP39A that will be attending, but they're not in attendance yet. However, with regards to P52B and P51B, Zandspruit, I do have a director to address those. If I can ask that we maybe postpone the P10 and P39 to a little bit later and address Zandspruit first.
Yeah. Well, we don't have much of a choice, but we
Yes.
really want to impress. So this must go back to the speaker and the mayor. And the mayor, we can even... So what officials from the city must understand is that we're not a quasi platform where people think that they can do as they please. We're really not. Earlier on when we started, I said the style and manner of how our meetings are conducted, it is as if we're in the legislature itself. Now imagine in the legislature, we call a mayor and the mayor is late. I mean, what kind of a projection does that give on the standing of the mayor? Because an official who's late to a meeting of the legislature implicates council as a whole. They implicate the municipality as a whole, which is led both by the mayor and the speaker. So I want us to deal with that so that it doesn't become a norm. You see, we have got senior personnel from our respective departments in the province who arrive on time. Then there's somebody who decides, you know what, I'll join in when the committee must reshuffle their program. We don't work that way. We really don't work that way. So please impress upon your colleagues that in future, we're not going to tolerate this thing. We'll generate a report which will go to their principals. Because it's misconduct. Imagine if you're called to parliament, then we say, no, we're late, reshuffle your program. Doesn't work that way. We're not louding, we're not bored. I come from Garangua in Tswana. Garangua, you know how far it is? Do you know Garangua? It's in northwest, effectively. It's in the peripheries of Tswana. But I'm here on time. And I'm not even sleeping here. So in the evening I must go back home to Garangua. Come back in the morning once more. But we do that because we take our people very serious. Imagine I as the chair arriving at 11. So please impress upon your colleagues, or they must fly. If they have to grow wings, they must grow wings and fly. Because immediately after the Zandspruit petition, we're expecting them to be here. Joburg municipality is just here. Where are they? Why does it take them so long? We've actually even delayed the commencement of the meeting. Where to delay? We're now at 12. Whereas we're supposed to have started at 9:30. So it's unacceptable. It's really unacceptable. And I can't overstress it. It's annoying, it is disrespecting. So please, impress upon your colleagues that we are not going to tolerate these things. If they think that, they are Byzantine figures, then they don't know us. They really have got no clue whatsoever. You see, we are not just pariahs here. We are not that. It's annoying. It's so disrespectful. Now we must change the program to suit them. And for all we care, they are not even going to come up with a response, which is a satisfactory. So let's members, maybe let's allow that we take the next other petitions because we are now compensating. Let's take, which one are we taking?
We're taking implementation.
The Zanspruit. Yeah, maybe we just, do we have people on the Zanspruit one?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. So maybe let's go through that.
Chair, I have a gentleman by the name of Sello from Housing. He'll address the Zanspruit.
Okay. If they can come up here so that we can see them. Maybe let's check, are the petitioners here? The Zanspruit petitioners. Where are they? Oh, okay. Take us through the summary, and then we'll do the introductions afterwards. Microphone.
Thank you, Chair. The next one is acceleration of Zanspruit Mega Housing Development Project. The rapporteur is Member Shabalala. Registration number PP 52B 0920LOHS. The petitioner is Mr. Enos Mage, an adult male who reside at 059 Plot 51 Zanspruit, submitting this petition on behalf of the residents of Zanspruit Informal Settlement, who alleges that the resident of Zanspruit Informal Settlement demand that the mega housing development project as presented to the Committee of 2019 by the Department of Human Settlement be expedited. He further alleges that the department alleged that the project will be implemented in collaboration with the City of Johannesburg Metropolitan Municipality and in partnership with the private sector developer, which include the Kaya Connect Group. Furthermore, he alleges that they made a follow-up with the ward councillor and officials at the regional offices of the department but did not receive responses. The petition was referred to City of Johannesburg and to the Portfolio Committee of Human Settlement for oversight on the 11th September 2020. Numerous follow-ups were done respectively on the 8th September 2020, 3rd December 2020, and on the 14th of January 2021. We are currently awaiting a report, Chair. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Likade. There's a lot of movement. If we can minimize movement, because it's sort of disruptive. Let's minimize the movement. So maybe let's ask who from the department is here so that they can introduce themselves, and then we'll go to the petitioners to confirm the summary of the petitions. So in that.
Afternoon, Chair.
Yeah, just pull it closer to you. Thanks.
Afternoon, Chair, and to colleagues. My name is Sello, my name is Mutodwana. I work in the City of Johannesburg.
What is your designation?
I'm currently acting responsible for projects in the City of Joburg, Human Settlement.
Molotwana is the surname?
Mototwana.
Mototwana.
Yes.
Okay.
The new certificate. Let me first apologize, Chair. I heard, and I also know that it's not correct that we should be late, but at least I was here on time, Chair. But I also want to apologize on behalf of other colleagues. I've already spoken to the head of department, and I want to believe that the colleagues will correct their actions.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So it reads in law. There's three of you. Who is leading the delegation? It's yourself. Let's start with you.
Thobela, Kalibitjo ke Enos Make. Ke dula Zanspruit. I'm an activist in our community. I would in short confirm the content of the petition.
Okay. And then the other two petitioners?
Okay, Thobela, Kalina Gesoliwa Ramwari. I'm also an activist from Zanspruit. Kialoba.
Marogaro Thawas Fanisa. Fanisa Ogema.
Fanisa Gagoa Moari, Soli Moari.
Oh, Moari. All right.
Thobela, Lina Kijoyce Wamankwana, a member of Zanspruit.
Okay. So thank you very much. So in essence, we're confirming that the petition is a true and accurate a reflection of what you will have scripted as part of the petition that you submitted with us. Not the Zanspruit one.
It's going to respond to this one. I read that.
Oh no, there was a bit of an error. I think there are two. There are two. So there's two petitions pertaining to Zanspruit, and then one of the directors who's not here was supposed to report on
the one that I just read.
The one that you have just read. So in essence, we must reread.
Yeah.
Let's reread, and then reconfirm.
Okay.
I think it was just an oversight.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair, and apology for that. Implementation of resolution by City of Johannesburg, Council Zanspruit, registration number PP51B0920LO. The petitioner is Mr. Enos Make and Aldat Mill, who reside at 059 Plot 51 Zanspruit, submitting this petition on behalf of the community, who alleges that there was an ordinary council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Metropolitan Municipality on the 31st of October 2018, which resolved on the following: that the Zanspruit Housing Development Plan be noted and be budgeted for in the next budget adjustment cycle for implementation, that the city must allocate a budget for services to expedite beneficiary allocation to service stands, that the original Zanspruit occupants be the beneficiary of the housing development project. Chair, the petition was referred to City of Johannesburg on the 11th September 2020. Numerous follow-ups were done respectively on the 8th September 2020, 3rd December 2020, and on the 14th January 2021. Currently, we are awaiting a progress report. Thank you, Chair.
So thank you very much for that. So that's the proper summary. Can we just quickly check whether you're confirming?
Well, confirming. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. So Ndate Mototwan, if you can assist us with the report, speak to the report, and then we'll engage with it. So the petitioners will engage as well as ourselves.
Thanks, Chair. Let me start with the resolution. In terms of the council resolution, Chair, we had at least 8 resolutions, but the one that affected the human settlement.
Just hold on there. We did. Yes, we did. We received the report. No, I've got This is, I've got a different one. Let me see which one, Mrs. When did you receive it? Yeah, because I've got something different. I thought it was the same thing. Yeah. Yeah. We communicate in time with all of you. And we do that so that we can give you ample time. So that you also empower us to familiarize ourselves, but to internalize the report. Because I'm looking at something different. The one that was scripted on the 4th of March. Is it in any way related? The one that you sent me, implementation of resolutions by COJ Council. Or that one is coming from the provincial department. Okay. So this one is coming from the seat. Yeah, maybe let's we must correct that in that so that in future we don't have this situation where reports are only received at the doorstep of our meetings, because it makes it a bit onerous even for members to follow up, because remember they prepare prior to our meetings, but also they might want to cross-reference or even do a bit of a background checks on what is contained in the report to ensure that its validity is not under question. But when reports come in a bit late, it sort of puts us in an awkward position. We're unable to really pick up on a number of issues. So maybe we'll receive an apology for, or is there an explanation why the report is coming in late? Has there been any explanation why the report is coming in late? And we communicated in time. Yeah, you see. So we communicate in time. We give you 2 weeks a notice, so a head start. But then when a report is, and you can almost imagine we've got 3 activists. I mean, the impression that is created is that why is the department only presenting the report now? Because we also share with them, remember. So part of these sessions is that we share with them in time, so that they also go through it, such that by the time we all gather under one roof, they will then be able to raise specific issues, having read the report. So it means we have disempowered them, in a way, but also the membership of the committee. So let's refrain from that practice. Today you and I are not going to be best friends. You know why? You must assist us to monitor and coordinate the timeliness and submission of the reports. Because when a report comes, when we're in session, it's a bad reflection. You see, it's a bad reflection. So it says we just did it passively, you know. It's a bad reflection. So let's fix that. You know, the municipality of Ghana, what is the mantra of the city of Joburg? What is this mantra that they, I'm forgetting your Ghana, what is your mantra? Your motto? Eh? Yeah, world class city. A world class city can't behave like that. And these are just simple processes, submission of reports. So let's fix that, so that we don't create an impression that we work in a fragmented fashion. Yeah. So maybe for the benefit of members, take us through the report. We'll excuse it only for today. But it's not something that ordinarily would tolerate. So, had it not been for these petitioners who would have said, you know what, go back from where you come. But because we are respecting them, we also want them to hear what you are reporting. And that is why we'll give you the time and space to still present the report. So yeah, please take us through the report.
Thanks, Chair. And my humble apology again, Chair, and to the members. We won't repeat, Chair, but I'll take you through the report, Chair. Safe to say, I have personally submitted the report on Saturday in the morning, Chair, because I've received the request on Wednesday, Chair. But it's something which I'll fix when I go back together with the head of department.
Where did you submit it?
Now I've submitted it to the head of department and also to the MMC. So I'm bringing the report now, which I wanted to believe that it was submitted.
But it was late anyway. I mean, if it was on a Saturday, it's not a weekend day.
No, that's why I'm explaining, Chair.
Yeah.
I'm just explaining what has happened.
So maybe in future, pace yourself. Make sure that 5 days into our meetings, the reports are finalized. Because it might be unreasonable to expect an MMC over the weekend, including the HOD, by the way, to consider reports when we had ample time, in advance. So, yeah, it's okay. Maybe just take us through the report.
Thanks, Chair. In terms of the resolution, Chair, I want to agree. We are aware of the council resolution, as the petitioners have indicated. The resolution speaks to 8 resolutions, Chair and members. It speaks to the implementation of the Zandspruit housing development. The second one, it speaks to the beneficiaries being the original occupant. The third one, the prioritization of those beneficiaries into the developments that we are doing, and the fourth one being the budget being made available. So I will be talking to this four resolutions because they affect human settlement. But Chair, maybe in terms of the report that I'm going to also present, it's in terms of the background, it's just to indicate, Chair, that you will recall that on the 19th of November, we had a sitting in Diepsloot, and in the same sitting, we have responded to the issues that were raised by the petitioners. Mainly, the petitioners were requesting that there must be a development in Zandspruit. We have reported, Chair, in the same meeting, and we are reporting also today that the department within the city, we are establishing or developing 3 townships. One is extension 83, the other one is extension 84, and the other one is extension 85. Now, in terms of what we are proposing, Chair, which is the number of opportunities within this particular space, we are proposing approximately 7,000. It's around 6,800 units in the three extension, Chair.
How many? 7,000?
Around 7,000 units. It will be mixed, Chair, housing opportunities. It comprises of mainly Res 1. There's also Res 3 components, Chair. How we have planned to implement the project, Chair, we wanted to phase the project. Chair will know and other members that the area in question is an area where people have settled in a particular space. We're trying to de-densify. We're developing one side, which is Zandspruit Extension 84. After we've developed Zandspruit Extension 84, we then go to the next one, which will be 83, and we'll then conclude with Zandspruit Extension 85. Chair, we also want to indicate that in Zanspruit Extension 84, as we have reported previously, that we had a general plan which was approved. We want to indicate that the department has moved now and appointed the HDA to start with the services chair. An instruction was issued now in March. And in terms of the program from the appointed engineer, the team has committed that at least by the 28th of April, they would have concluded the procurement processes. I'm talking to only extension 84 chair. Now, the idea, Chair, is that when we go out on services, we'll cover the three components. We'll do civil, which is mainly your water sewer. We'll also do road and stormwater, including electricity. I must indicate, Chair, that the area in question falls within ESCOM area of supply. So that is where we are in terms of Zanspruit Extension 84, including the undertakings, Chair, or commitments that we have made. Now, I have indicated in the report, Chair, in terms of the dates of approval, we can also furnish the documentations with members if members also want to check whether indeed the approvals have been made by relevant authorities. But I'm going to Zanspruit Extension 83, Chair. This is one town where we are proposing more of urban amenities, Chair. There's only one property which we will be developing a human settlement components, Chair, in this particular space. We also want to report to the committee that the general plan was recently approved. But I must raise upfront, Chair, that the area in question, it's currently invaded. When we started the development, the area was not invaded. The last extension, Chair, which I want to talk to, it's Zanspruit Extension 85, Chair. Again, 85, it has a mixture, Chair, of urban amenities and also the Res 1 and also the institutional units or also the crèches, crèche within this particular space. So, Chair, I must indicate that the area in question, it has serious environmental issues. Much as we do have an ROD, but there were other issues that were flagged within the ROD, especially affecting Extension 85. I want to report, Chair, to the committee that we are currently addressing those environmental issues. There are other developers, Chair, that I want to indicate they are developing Zanspruit, not necessarily the area where the city is developing. We have private developers, Chair. They've also showed an interest in terms of developing their side. Now, the approach that we have adopted between ourselves and also the developers is that we will do this study together so that we can get the benefits as a government and other private sector. Chair, in terms of the budget, which is the last issue that the petitioners has requested, that at least they wanted to see at least a budget, I want to indicate, Chair, that in the current financial year, we have reserved under the site and services program approximately 109 million. Under the informal settlement upgrading window, which is a new grant which we're getting from National, we have reserved at least a total of 28 million. Now, this is the progress, Chair, that we've made in terms of developing this particular area, in terms of addressing the resolution that we have just read, Chair. And thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the report. And I want to report to you in all detail. Maro, usenya fela ga re utlisa late. And this is a report that assists. But just turnaround times for submission, you get them wrong. So maybe let's go back to the petitioners. You've heard the report. Are we flagging it? Oh, wonderful. So maybe let me give you the space to engage with the report. A born out of the petition that you originally submitted with us. Are there any issues with the report that you might want to, speak to, or any other related frustrations? If Lily having a report, it's okay. It will just be a question of tracking. Sure. Microphone. Who's managing our microphone?
Thank you, Chair. I want to appreciate the report, Chairperson. But Chairperson, as a community, we've been having engagement with City of Joburg. And we always receive same reports, Chairperson. And this Chairperson, these reports are not moving as to when are we going to see a first dust or a land being cleared or a first brick being laid in Zanzibar, Chairperson. The same report, Chairperson, we receive now and then. And that's why we are frustrated. And I just want to take you back, you might not be aware, Chairperson, even though when we tried to raise an issue of a national program, a de-densification program that wanted to interfere with these plans that have been presented here, Chairperson. This is what pushed us because, Chairperson, we are always receiving mixed or contradictory messages and different programs that contradicts itself. So here today, we wanted to make sure that we are not going to hear another program that comes and say, in Extension 84 that we're talking about, Chairperson, the National Department took a decision that during the COVID-19 pandemic, they wanted to de-densify people in Zanzibar because it's a very highly congested area. And City of Joburg earmarked the portion, or let me say an extension that was approved to go and do a de-densification and do reblocking. And such beneficiary, if you go according to the disaster management or the restrictions that were under, that COVID was going to take anybody that was congested and going to be allocated or relocated in a township-approved space where the original beneficiaries of Zanzibar were supposed to benefit. Meaning, this is what pushed us to say, that's why this petition, Chairperson, was sent last year, September, because these messages were coming to the community and confusing us to say, why now we were told about this plan since 2016, but now in 2020, we are now doing a reblocking. We are putting people there because it's COVID, and they want to utilize the very same space that is the only space that is not invaded currently, where we hoped and thought that we will finally today see development in Zanzibar. People will receive service stands and people will finally be housed properly. But City of Joburg took a decision to come and implement a project, of which, Chairperson, we challenged it. And then there was a tension, a big tension in the community. And this thing has divided the community. So today, we wanted to be safe so that our rights to the security of tenure for the future, Chairperson, are respected. So that this dedensification that can take even undocumented or foreign nationals would have benefited to that space. And we advised to say, if there was if they wanted to do this program, they can do somewhere else, lease the land elsewhere, or buy a land if they wanted to implement that program. So we are happy today that City has now come to their senses to say now they will continue with the program as planned by the City of Joburg. Hence, that's why we've put forward this council resolution to protect us, Chairperson. And that's why we have brought here forward, because we were not getting officials to come and give us a proper explanation as to what is happening with this development that was planned long ago. Now you want to mess up and interfere it with another program that will completely means that it can take us 10 years back to have a proper development should that land been used for the densification program. This is what I wanted to raise, why we were pressurizing City of Joburg. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. So if I'm understanding you well, you are not so much against the de-densification process.
No.
But I'm saying the concern is that the department would then utilize a portion of land which in your own assets will have thought would be used to facilitate the development, housing development. That's what you are saying. Okay, wonderful. Any other, maybe any other, are you fine? Sure.
Chair. I just wanted to add one other issue that has actually frustrated us in terms of that extension 84. One other reason why we wrote the petition is because of the mushrooming of shacks in the same extensions as extension 84. There's so much of land invasion that we found frustration as the community because we've tried reporting those mushrooming of land invasion with no assistance. So, and it's been quite some time that people have been residing in that area, which therefore makes it a different process, because now the city has to take the process of going to court for them to be able to evict those people in those portions in 84. So the reason why, one other reason why we actually brought this forward was to say, how is the city going to have a program that will deal with land invasion in extension 84, because it's planned for development. And as a result, Chairperson, currently the people who are benefiting are people that are not even from Zanspray. They are the people that just came and grabbed the land, and therefore the rights of people who should benefit in that land have been deprived, Chairperson, and there's nothing that has been done in terms of the city ensuring that the land is protected. So we wanted a clear program that will speak to the land invasion in extension 84. Thank you. I shall pause.
Okay. Thank you very much. Who are these other people? You know, you keep on referring, and even when I read the petition, something quite interesting about people who come into that space, who you refer to as invaders. Who are they? Do we know who they are? Or is there an explanation around who these people are? Because my only worry is that it might happen at a later stage. You get a group of other people. And the difficulty about formal informal settlement, well, some of them are subject to a process of formalization, is that it sort of obscures who the rightful title holders of specific parcels of land would be, such that we are unable to differentiate really. You know? Except if there was a registry, then would know. Because for all other people who come in later into a particular, site or settlement, they lay claim, but what do you mean? I mean, this is a jointed or a joint piece of land, and they might even put up an argument, but even the original dwellers invaded land. So what standing do they have to accuse others of the same mishap? So I'm raising that. It might be an academic, exchange. But obviously when we deal with petitions, we try to anticipate what might later come, when other people are left out. But no, why did you, sanction a process that will have, in a way, implicated us adversely, But it's okay. I think we get the point that you make. My sister, are you fine? It's the year of Charlotte Manya Makleke. So we also want to empower women to find their voice, so that we don't deny you such a privilege.
I'm fine.
You're fine. In any language. Aranya go tsamaemo wa gara o tlhobaela o lo la peng o liwane. Again. Re batla ro fe matla. Ro lwana o ipu o bue se le reng se mo pelong ya se se o tjhesang mo pelong e teng ntho e o tjhesang gore le wena o re no le nna ke ile kwa ke tswa go ba botsa. So we're going to give you a chance. Anything that you want to say. You are fine. Okay. But if you are fine, we can't force you. So members, let me check with yourselves if there are any issues that you. I know member Sliman is very passionate about Zanspray. There's always been a pestering me about Zanspray, the Zanspray issue. So members, if there's any one of you, you can just indicate. We'll start. Members, are you fine? Let's start.
No, just one clarity.
Clarity. Yes. Quickly, let's get clarity.
I think my voice is Kerry Shop Stewart, but there are numbers that are attached to the program that speaks to residential numbers. My question is that are there records of people that are registered as beneficiaries already? I'm trying to deal with what Chair would have raised just now. So these numbers that you are going to build 707 residential, are those numbers in line with what is happening in Zandspruit in terms of the people that have been registered as beneficiaries? Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Ndate Mabunda, would you want to come in? You are fine. Member Schneemann, you want to come in? Okay.
Thanks, Chairperson, and also thanks to the City of Joburg for this particular report. I think that, even the figures in terms of the number of units that are being built is known. It's not something new. One has been aware of this for a while. But I think the problem, and I think the challenge with Zandspruit, it's a complex situation. It's not a simple situation. In my own view, I think we probably could have been a lot quicker in terms of the development of Zandspruit. These portions of land and other portions of land were bought some time ago. And it's true what the petitioners are saying, but it's not something recent. Invasions have been going on for years in Zandspruit. It goes back to the year 2000, in fact. And in fact, Chair, there are different portions of Zandspruit. There's a transit area, which is the original area of Zandspruit, and it's probably the oldest informal settlement in the north of Joburg. There are other extensions, 9 and 10, etc. But there's a section of Zandspruit, which is very often referred to as what they call private property area. That's where the original land invasion started in 2000. And they've continued since then, unabated. Although there have been attempts over the years, I know there's been Metro Police have gone in there at times and evicted people, and it's erupted, unfortunately, into sometimes very violent protests that have taken place. So you were just asking this question about the invasions, and it's been over years, since 2000. People have just continuously poured in to Zandspruit. And I guess one of the challenges will be when these developments start, is to now determine who are the original inhabitants of Zandspruit, who are the original beneficiaries, because so many people have come in there. But I just wanted to say as well that I do think in the Zandspruit area, I do think it's known who are behind some of these invasions. It's not unorganized. Some of these things are organized, and people know who they are. But I think the critical thing here is that what I would really want to welcome, firstly, is the report. But as I say, it's not something new. One knew about this a couple of years ago already. The number of units, 7,000 is a number I heard a number of years ago of what was being planned. And if these are the time frames, I think, Chair, then we really have to find a way of holding the city, the province, whoever's involved, going to be involved, of holding them to these time frames. So that we don't get to a situation again in 3-4 years' time where we then have new dates. So all I wanted to say is that for us, I think what's critical here is that the time frames they're talking about need to be stuck to. Because otherwise, it's just another report. And I wanted to make a suggestion, Chair, that maybe you might want to consider. I certainly think that possibly the Portfolio Committee on Cocktail Human Settlements may need to play some sort of oversight role in actually monitoring what's going on. But it might be useful as well, I'm not sure, but for the Petitions Standing Committee to consider doing an oversight visit into the area to actually physically have a look at some of the things that are raised here, some of the challenges that the petitioners are raising, because it would then give the committee and the Portfolio Committee on Cocktail and Human Settlements a clear understanding of what the current situation is, what are the challenges, and also where are these developments actually going to take place. Next year.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me check members on my left. We'll start with you, Member Chabalala.
Thank you, Chairperson. Before I make my comments or maybe ask questions, Chair, with regards to the late submission of reports, I think this is something that we need to deal with it seriously. And then I request that in future, when we have, whether it's external or internal hearings, if reports are late, we should not entertain them. And then we need to bypass officials and subpoena their principals to come and speak or account on this petition, because it becomes difficult to engage a report that they only send to you when they are presenting. So that does not make justice to us. Chair, I hear the city when they were making presentation. They said they had started developing a site, and then that site has been invaded. Just wanted to check from the city, what impact is this going to have with regards to the project implementation, especially on the timelines, the budgets and everything, and also what is the city doing in terms of mitigating the challenges which might emanate from some members of the community invading a land that is being presently developed? No, Chair, so far that would be all that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Member Letsoalo.
Thanks, Chair. Let me. Okay, I wanted to confess something. Let me keep it for now. Maybe there will be a second.
Oh, confess it.
Maybe there will. I wanted to confess that I have not been that side for some time. So please pardon me for my ignorance. At some stage, I had interest in that particular area, but recently I have not been that side. So that is the confession I wanted to make here, so that whatever I ask.
Your confession is accepted.
Yeah. One is that, Chair, the petitioners are saying the report that we have been given now is almost what they've been hearing all along. Now I want Mr. Mutotwan just to indicate from the report what is new that they never had before. That is one area. And second to that, the number of units that we have been told of is 6,800. Yeah, maybe I need to be educated, Chair. Maybe let's take advantage of this platform. The project is approved in 2010. I'm just giving an example. Now we are in 2021. And we are talking of the same units that we spoke of most probably in 2010. At what stage are we accounting of this 6,800 to say every year when we are told that we have built so many units, when are we counting this 6,800? Are we going to count them when we issue out? They used to talk about letters, AP letters. I do not know whether they still do that. Or that is one area that I wanted to know, because if this is the case, a project is going to take 11 years before a unit can be delivered. I just imagine, Chair, during our term that commitments that government is making, it means that whatever that we have been promised is going to be delivered long after we shall have left. So I want a correlation of the numbers that we always get, that Johannesburg has delivered 10,000, or let's say 2,000 units this year. Next year, 3,000, based on this narrow of 6,800. So it has not been counted, it will be counted at that particular point in time. So, and as well, I want to check it vis-a-vis in terms of the current commitments. I'm not going to talk about the rapid land release program now. I'm just saying these commitments that social housing, everything, they are made time and again. And Chair, as I did indicate, these RTUs that the National Ministry spoke of, and Zalspirit has been one of the identified areas. Have they been provided? And if they were provided, were they part of the plans at Extension 84? Because the information that I have, Chair, that is why if we had received the report earlier, one would have verified facts, that there were commitments, even budget, provided by Johannesburg to say, yes, in this area we've committed so many units. I just wanted to verify as to whether those commitments were realized or is something that is still in the pipeline, particularly to deal with when you spoke about, what do you call it, reblocking, you know, all those things that were spoken of during COVID-19. And lastly, Chair, during this period of 10 years, 5 years, 7 years, going forward, what were the exact impediments? I don't want to hide around informal settlement. That came recently. What were the actual impediments that caused the delay from the department, I mean from the municipality, including if we can have a side from the department as well, so that we know what we are talking of? Because it is one thing to say, yes, we are on track, but come 3 years down the line, maybe we'll be speaking about the same thing. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Member Ledwaba, Member Dong.
Ke a leboga Chairperson. Chair, ne ke batla go itse gore department e na le beneficiary list ya batho ba applying for housing. And then if beneficiary list e le teng, batho ba ba santse ba benefite matlo a santse ba ba thole, ba na le information eo na gore a ba mo listing na. Ke a leboga Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Member Dong. Well, I think members will have raised quite a number of points which are with much consideration. So I think what we have got a problem with is the time lag between what often gets reported as part of a feedback, which in contrast to the experiences on the ground is quite a mismatch. Because if petitioners, and Member Ledwaba raises it as well, if the experience of petitioners is that, look, we're not hearing this for the first time. And this is actually what also is coming out of the petition itself. Because they're speaking about this council resolution of 2018. And we can only wonder what will have transpired between then and now, such that there hasn't been any effectuation insofar as what council will have resolved on being actualized. So I think there's a bit of a challenge there. But also the countermeasures for land invasion. My only dread is that, remember, because of the area spacing is that it's a landlocked, area, if you will. And earlier on, we also spoke about parts of the area which are more private. And this is where the invasions will have largely taken place. My fear is if whether there are any land invasion countermeasures. And why am I raising that? It's because if you don't in any way deal with that challenge, it might mean that you have no land to build on. You see? And what further compounds that challenge, I'm not sure whether you have started the deep densification process, because again, as the petitioners were saying, it implicates the other available pieces or piece of land. So in essence, we have got two contending challenges. First one being land invasion, because as there are delays, more and more people encroach that space. And if there's no rebuttal of such practices, it means they are left. So the city will have no standing to even do anything. So the project will be undermined by that. You see? I'm not sure why, as the city, we can't do it. Why we can't negate or avert situations where there are continued invasion of these available pieces of land. I'm just worried. The only thing that worries me about delays in any government-related processes is that people perish, people die. People don't live forever. So if somebody first, settled in Zanspruit prior to 2000, maybe in the 1997-8, some of them were where are they now? And hence earlier I was asking this question about the registry of beneficiaries, because there are other consequent challenges that might arise that you might not have anticipated or foreseen. In that, only neomo wakaralo or natli moli bana bile baudi, if not in molega 1998. You see, bana baudi lo troka fetse. The name that you probably have, you might find that the children use a different name. Is there a process to validate? So that you almost preemptively deal with possible challenges that might arise, but which are foreseeable, like those ones, So yeah, I think those are some of the specific. But let me take you back to the petition. It asks, for a number of things. That the housing development plan be noted and that it be budgeted for. I want to ask specific questions. At what point was the budget passed? Is it only now, or was the budget ever passed before? And if yes, why would there not have been a budget utilization towards that end of having this housing development? Then the second one is well, I've asked that question. So it's just about collating the original. So there's a notion of the original beneficiaries or occupants. Do we have that kind of a register? But of course, the other things are linked to the budget. So budget for services and the likes. What do we want now? What do we really want to hear? And I'm worried because in the report you say commencement the date. Not sure what the 28th of April is for. But somewhere I saw the 28th of April, which is in 4 weeks' time. And I'm worried whether it's and you know what, I'd sit comfortably if you are saying the 28th of April. But I don't want us to overcommit to things that might not necessarily be as feasible to achieve. You see, you're going on Easter, and then after weeks, you're only left with 3 weeks. So where are we? So if we are saying we're starting on the 28th, is it practical? Because if we're the 28th, we're going to hold you accountable for the 28th. We'll expect that by the 28th. Or is it possibly that that was the initial thinking? If that was the case, that might need to be thoroughly, communicated with the committee. And then lastly, Member Shlima, you might be right. What we might want to do is do a joint oversight. So much as we'll engage with the reports, we might also want to do an oversight so that we visibly see for ourselves what the issues are. Safe to say that this matter might be one that we requested a portfolio of COPTA and human settlement to follow up on. Then the last thing is the mismatch of the report of the city of Joburg against the province. Not sure whether the province really monitors. Do you monitor these things, sir? Do you monitor? Because the report that we have, it's not correlating with that of the city of Joburg. So I'm a bit worried, why that is the case. It is as if there's no interoperability in how you coordinate your programs. But of course, maybe let's allow that Mototwana to come in first and then you will follow. Just to give us a sense of how are you playing that reinforcing role. Sure. Over to you, Mototwana.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to attempt to respond to all the questions, but most of the questions, Chair, were similar. I'll group them.
Sure.
But before I start, Chair, let me indicate that the report that we are sharing today speaks to the progress that we have made. And what is also important, Chair, is to indicate that anywhere where we are doing a development, it is important that we get the necessary permits. And we can furnish the members with all those permits. And the permits that I'm talking to, Chair, speaks to the township approval letter, it speaks to the record of decision, it speaks to the general plan, and the members can then see that indeed there was progress from the day we have engaged. Let me start with the question around whether there were challenges that might have either impeded us to move. The reality, Chair, is that I wouldn't say there were challenges, but safe to say in any development, you can't go to a next stage before you can't go to stage 3 before you go to stage 2. We can share with the members if they want us to demonstrate that indeed the challenges were around the permits. And the permits, Chair, approvals, we get them from different approving authorities. Now, that's what I thought I should just clarify first.
What are these permits? Maybe take us into confidence, because
okay,
if you will, lay people insofar as those processes are concerned.
I'm talking to the actual township processes, Chair.
Okay.
Normally when you do a township, you would have done certain studies, you submit an application, you will get an approval, you'll have to do certain studies, you then do what we call a general plan. So what I'm saying, Chair, through you, we can share this information to members so that you can be able to indeed check that indeed there was progress. But I can confirm.
Would that explain, and I'm sorry that I'm indulging you, would that explain, because I really thought about it. So the approval of the land development application.
Correct.
did not immediately mean that the process starts.
That's correct.
But you still needed to follow other related processes.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay.
That is
Because that was in 2010 when it was approved.
Yes. Yes.
And then only in 2017 did we start with the real work leading towards the commencement of the development. Okay.
You're correct, Chair. That's why I say I'll share the information. But let me move to the second issue, whether we have beneficiaries. Chair, let me confirm that we have audited the area. I was there in person, Chair. I want to confirm that we do know the occupants of this area. That also included the first area, which is known as Transit Camp, and we have done that particular audit together with the communities. I think the colleagues will confirm, Chair. We have done some of those part with them. It also speaks to the issue that was raised around the original occupants. I'm saying we do have the data, Chair. It's readily available. That's one. There was an issue around the impact of land invasion. The reality, Chair, is that if the space is taken, it's even harder to develop. And why I'm saying that you would have obtained an ROD, there would have been either environmental issues. The reality is that it will be hard to develop. And there's an issue.
Where are the countermeasures?
I'm coming, Chair, to the other concerns. Yes. The other question speaks to.
Maybe before you proceed, I hear you say you have an audited list of beneficiaries.
That is correct.
Can the community be provided with that list so that when we do our oversight, we would be able maybe to verify when we visit different households to see whether indeed people who are staying in those houses are the beneficiaries or residents? Thank you.
Sure. You may proceed. Sorry for that.
It's fine, Chair. It's fine, Chair. There was an issue around the number of units, Chair, and in the report I've clarified the permits or the land development applications where we started to submit them around 2017, and we want to confirm the numbers, Chair, that I've shared is what we have applied for in terms of development. In other words, if we were to increase the numbers, Chair, we will embark in another process, but I want to confirm that the permits that we have clearly speaks to the 6,800 units. We can even substantiate on that one, Chair. But there was an issue whether the issue of the emergency housing has been implemented. I want to confirm, Chair, that the progress on site is zero, Chair, in terms of that particular program for emergency housing. And then there was a question around the list. I spoke to that one. Let me also, Chair, indicate to the members that we have a resolution that speaks to, it's another resolution that speaks to the acquisition of additional land parcels. You recall, if you recall, around the 19th, we have indicated that we have a table or presented a report to council so that we can acquire more land parcels, because we knew that the number of units that we are proposing will therefore require us to get additional land parcels, which Chair can confirm there is a resolution. There are land parcels that we are looking at it. You asked, Chair, around issues of budget, Chair. I want to indicate, Chair, that the city normally gets allocation of either the urban settlement development grant. Lately we get a budget for the USP grant. I can confirm that in the current financial year, the department has a budget of around 364. In fact, the city, as a department, we're given 221. Hence, I've indicated that for Zanspred alone, Chair, we have reserved 28 million for that effect in the response. The issue around our relationship with Gauteng, Chair, you'll recall that around the 19th, we have indicated, Chair, that we have submitted or made an application for funding reservation for top structure, which we have submitted to the Department of Human Settlement, Chair. And obviously, the department will only fund the city once once the area in question has been serviced. But Chair, let me indicate that I was on site, Chair, the last week Friday, Chair, with an intention to introduce the service provider. Last week Tuesday, Chair, I can confirm that the service provider was introduced to the council that will implement the services on site in extension 84. The issue that you raised, Chair, around whether the program that we're giving you, it's a realistic program, Chair. From where we are sitting as a department, based on what we have done to date, we want to indicate that as we engage the appointed engineer, we have made it clear that we need to deliver. I also need to indicate that in the current financial year, we have indicated to the city that we will deliver through this particular program. This is what the engineer, Chair, has submitted based on our engagement, and we will definitely be chasing this particular time period. Safe to say, Chair, where there are issues or challenges in terms of the services, we will indicate where we might have had challenges. But for sewer water, Chair, as I close, I want to indicate that for sewer and water, Chair, we do have approvals. Where we still need approvals is on the road and stormwater, together with electricity. So we have, Chair, I can safely confirm, Chair, that we have moved from where we were in the previous months, Chair. And as I've indicated, when we met around the 19th, we would have not had the general plan for extension 83, Chair. We are reporting that there's an improvement. We do have a general plan. We would have not, at that time, we didn't report that we have the engineering designs either submitted or approved, but we are reporting that we have appointed an agent, and we do have approvals from other approving authorities. So, Chair, this is some of the issues that were raised. But the last issue, Chair, that you raised, and I think it's most of the members have raised it, it's whether the city has done or introduced any measure to address these challenges. Chair, I want to indicate that before around 2016, we have gone to court. We have obtained an interdict that protects all the city's properties. I also want to indicate, Chair, that I think it's 2 weeks back where we were called to say the area in question is currently being invaded. And we have responded, Chair, together with JNPD. And again, we had to also follow a particular process. We are going to court to deal with other issues. We can confirm there's a space where we have done an audit, Chair. We will also be doing other audit for other sites so that we can protect this particular site. Maybe the last part from my side, Chair, is just to indicate that we have committed ourselves to the development, Chair, and as we have reported and we're still reporting today, that we are comfortable with what we have achieved today, Chair. We can demonstrate that there's indeed progress in this aspect. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. No, thank you. So maybe let's. So the outstanding, the water sewerage are still outstanding, you are saying?
It's what? No, it's road and stormwater and electricity.
I mean, road is correct. So those are still outstanding. So that's the report and the responses to some of the questions that you will have raised. Is there anything? Sure.
Chairperson, thank you. I want us to perhaps maybe go a little bit back, because we might hide behind processes of township establishment. If you think 2010 up until now, how long does it take in all stages? I think each process it's got its own time frames, because we might assume that at this point in time it's only the impediments that we're talking about is the processes only, and then we leave other factors that are not seen in the eyes of the community and yourselves. So if we can be oriented in terms of these processes, maybe we can shortly say for township, for general plan, it takes 3 months, 6 months. Then you it will indicate if really the processes are the complete delays or a factor that delays the program to begin. Because that's why we say that we know there's plans, we know this program, but what we want to see now, a second tired chairperson, we want to see a first brick being laid in Zanzibar, or a dust or land clearing where we see machineries going in, and that makes the community happy. That's the action we want, Chairperson. We don't want to hear, actually these things that we are hearing today does not help us, Chairperson. What will help a community is to see a contractor that has been appointed, and there is a site that will be established, and therefore from this time we are starting to work. We want to hear that sort of a report, Chairperson. Internal processes, we always hear them, we are doing this, we are doing this, we are doing this. So perhaps if you can be oriented in terms of processes, then let's check what could be the real impediments of this program, so that you know which direction you are taking. Because I don't want us to hide behind processes all the time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My sense is that, and without necessarily detracting from what you are raising, because it's quite critical, but we are forcing a response, or soliciting a response from the department based on the petitions submitted. And hence I will have, when I finished, I said I want to ask specific questions. And these are coming from the petitions. Whether there's a budget, and we're saying there is a budget. Whether you have collated the registry of all beneficiaries, and you are saying yes. And the other questions that you will have raised earlier on was around the concern that because of the de-densification process, it will implicate the other available piece of land. And you are saying you are working on a process of acquiring more land parcels, isn't it? So in circumspect, and unfortunately our role might be limited because it's to facilitate an intervention, you know? But we might not necessarily be as involved in the actual construction, you know? We might not be there. But we'll have said, maybe on our part, because at least there's a report. And because it's being presented to us formally, whereas it might not necessarily have been the case before, we are able to monitor and follow track on whether the department or the city of Joburg is really actualizing on the commitment. And hence I was asking whether the targets that the city of Joburg will have set for themselves are practical even for them. Because we don't want a situation where tomorrow we say, but you said the 28th, then the department says something else. So the reason why I was asking specific was because in essence it will mean a month from now we start to monitor whether things are in progress. So that we also anchor you in the frustrations that you will have had to carry for so long. You know? What I'm just shy away from saying is that I don't want us to have an academic discussion about, departmental or municipal policies. You know, when does this start? When? What I suggest in the state. What's the name? What's the name? Oh, yeah. What I suggest, and it seems to be lacking across the board, maybe not across the board, but it's more prevalent. It's the issue of a public participation. Is it feedback? So at every step, feedback, so that you don't have these misgivings about specific commitments having been made, no follow through, and there's no feedback. Because possibly, it might be that there might have been a justifiable ground around why there were delays. on implementation of a specific aspect of the overall project. But if we don't go back to these communities, how would they know? They wouldn't know. You see? So, where's the name? I bet she keeps on. Oh yeah, I thought you were the one who just left. So you see the issue around the public participation becomes so crucial. Because the department says we've been doing this and that, and we can even adduce proof to that effect. You see? So much as there are lamentations, but we have always been saying that. But they're saying we've actually done it. The other question that has not been responded to adequately is the one that Member Thaba asks. Or at what stage do we then cause for the issuance of some form of occupancy of a specific units which might have been completed? Or is it that we have to await the completion of the overall 6.8 before such an issuance can be effected? I think that's a valid question, because I can almost imagine that it might take light years to have to complete the overall stock. Although in the report you said you are doing it through phases, but how long in your formulation could a particular phase take? So that, and what goes into the phase? How many a number of units that goes into each of the phases? I think that's the question, and then we'll come up with a way forward on it. So you also want to add?
No, thank you very much, Chair.
Sure.
The name is Colin Pizzo from the Provincial Department of Human Settlement. I thought I needed to address the issue around the beneficiaries, because the list that the city has obtained, if they've done an occupancy audit, to then say in this particular site states Colin Pizzo, on that side states so and so, it does not necessarily mean that the list that they have are approved beneficiaries. People are still going to be subjected to a process on a system. So I thought I must just make that clear. So should people find their names on the list, it should not be a given that they will necessarily qualify.
Okay, so there are screenings. Okay.
Chair,
sure.
Just a follow-up on that one, Chair. When I was talking about any areas that make it difficult for them to comply with their own timelines, I was referring to this, Chair. From the report, in 2010, the land development application was submitted on the 25th of May 2010 for extension 84. 7 years down the line, they then made an advertisement. But on the other extensions, it's 2017, the next year you do an advertisement. But on this one, it took 7 years. It is not normal. But according to Mr. Mutotwan, there are no impediments, everything is on track. If it is on track, it takes you 7 years to advertise after an application or land development application was submitted. Then we are not talking about the same thing. This discrepancy in itself indicates to you that something is not right. And if Mr. Mutotwan is going to come here and say everything is fine, unless he gives us a different report, or unless he says to me, it was not supposed to be 2010, it was supposed to be 2017. The issue around the general plan, let's take, for instance, let's agree with him. And the question was asked as to how long does it take you to do 1, 2, 3? Let me speak from a project management perspective. When you do a project plan, you say, I'm going to start with the application, feasibility study, everything from point 1. If it's going to take me 5 years, it means by 16, I would have completed the following. You take account all your internal processes, including the risk associated with that. You can't come and tell us that there are processes that we have to undertake. That is something that you know. It's a mundane stuff that you know that when I do an application, after an application, I'm going to get objections. You must do an anticipation. I still have to project, you still have to project that. But according to this, there is this project, in terms of how it has been reported to us, there is a lot of abnormalities. But from him, everything is normal. I don't buy in when you tell me that you have to do an environmental study. It's given, you have to build it in your general plan. But it's not going to take you 10 years to build a unit. And there is nothing wrong with that. It is normal. Or it's going to take you 15 units, because the ultimate product to us is a unit. It doesn't matter whether you have to undergo all these things. The product deliverable is that I have delivered this unit. Is it going to take you 20 years to deliver a unit and you don't see anything wrong with that? Thanks, Chair.
Okay. So maybe let's get the part that deals with the differentiation around section 80, 82, 83, and 80. What is the last one? 84.
83, 84, and 85.
Yes, 83, 84, and 85. Because on 83, there seems to have been some encumbrances. And Member Schneemann tried to give us a summative overview of the area and some of its challenges. In that it's not necessarily a whole space that is owned by a singular entity. You know, others are more dwelling or dwelling on what is a private land as against the municipal land, and possibly the issue around the permits. So if you can just assist us to understand what would have militated the delays on the one aspect of the project as against the others, would there be an explanation? The time lag between 2010, between the application and 2017. Yeah, 2010, 2017. Sure.
So, Chair, just one thing is when there's a response given, maybe to also indicate these portions of land, when were they purchased? And did this play any role in this 7 years?
Or you mean the latter part?
Yeah, the
84 and 85.
Yeah, 83, 84, 85, because most of this land was purchased. And it states in the report that these areas of land were purchased. And was that part of that 7 years? Or was it something totally different?
Okay, please sit at the corner.
I can see it.
Wearing a white hat.
Oh, we believe. She's in Bahamas. I was taking them as one. Okay? I was taking them as one. That is why I also wanted Rathabile to chip in as well. But Linda the Bizo can also do. So we're trying to understand the differentiation. And why would there have been these delays? But also against the question that Member Schneemann is asking. At what point would you have purchased these are portions of land? So if you can just try to assist us.
Thanks, Chair. The question raised by Honorable Dwab, I think much as I did not go into the details in terms of the dates, but let me give you the specific dates. And I also want to apologize because I see during detail there, it is a typing error, my apology to the committee. The application for Zanspray 84, Chair, I want to confirm, we submitted on the 25th of May 2017, and then the date of notices of the notice, it was on the 7th of June, and then the objection closed on the 5th of July. On this one, Chair, I've given clarity.
So it's not 2010?
Yeah, it's not 2010. Okay. Chair. The other dates for For 83, and in terms of the land question, I might not have the specific dates, but safe to say, Chair, you will recall on the 19th I've reported that we have assumed responsibility after the handover to the city when we had the first petition around 2016 on the development of Zelspread. So I'm still reporting that particular progress. On 83, Chair, in terms of the submission, the application was submitted on the 1st of August 2017 in the Provincial Gazette, and the Citizen were advertised on the 30th of August 2017. The objection closed on the 27th. What I did not change is that on 84, you recall that we have reported that we had an objection from the neighboring community, which is Cosmo City Extension 7, where the community indicated that they were not supporting that development, but we had numerous engagement until the community they accepted and also supported the development. For 85, Chair, the application was submitted 25th of October 2017. We advertised on the 6th of June 2018. This is one town, Chair, where we have said there were issues which our own environmental department, Chair, have raised or flagged those issues around the seepage area. And what I was indicating, Chair, if you were to follow development, I was emphasizing a point that obviously from the general plan, what you need to do, you can either do services through either a CBP or you take the route of a turnkey development. So you'll see that for 84, the reason we are doing the designs is because we had the general plan. For 83, Chair, we just had the general plan now. We will now go to the next level, which is to do the designs. And 85, as I've indicated, once there's an approval, and I've just indicated that there are other developers within the same space, Chair, that have also showed an interest on the basis of the comment which was raised by the city's environmental department. And all these developers are affected by the same comment. And hence, in my report, I've indicated that we have now opened up or created a platform where we invited all parties to sit around the table so that we do one study that will then unlock development within Zelspread Extension 85. I thought I should just provide those clarity. But there was also a question around how many units or whether 84 would give how many people. Let me just unpack, Chair, that 84 have 701 rest one sites. In other words, people, the 701 beneficiaries will be allocated the rest one site. We also have three sites, Chair, which we have also showed our intention to do what we call subdivision consolidation and rezoning. And from the city's planning perspective, Chair, we have already engaged and said we want to develop these properties at this particular density, which the city have agreed. Hence, we are saying over and above the 701, we will at least yield additional 2,500 units as what we call RDP flats, which is what we have submitted our application for top structure to province. Thanks.
Okay. The only mistake that you will have made, as I see it, on page 5, you might have gotten the dates a bit wrong. Because at what part does the objection or commentary period arise? Isn't it that it would arise after application, or is it prior?
No, it's after.
Yeah. Because if you have a look at it, it says it ended on the 27th of September, 2017.
No, it was a typing.
Whereas the application was in 2018. Was it an error?
Yes,
Oh, it's an error. Okay. Because I thought, so it seems as, so why you done that? So there was that brief of a typo there, but also the number. So it now makes sense why the report of Mayor Rethabile only spoke about RES 1. Because I was worried, but this report doesn't necessarily, give expression to the report of the city of Joburg, So it's only in part. So Mayor Rethabile, you're only reporting in part. Rona re batla a comprehensive report, especially from the provincial department. Ne ke bolella Sipho in the movie, Sipho, we're not happy with your report. It says purpose, background, and then gives us a paragraph. We're not happy with that. Because in essence, we must hold you accountable. So the city must report through you. I understand, not the other way around. So much as we can entertain them, but in essence, we want that these reports are presented by yourselves, because you are the ones who are playing an oversight over, your what do you call it? Corresponding departments at a local sphere of government. So please assist us in that regard. I don't want to report earlier. We almost dismissed it. I almost dismissed it. Robert, what is this thing? Surely it can be a report. You see, when you compare it in that episode or this report of Joburg, you are now getting a sense, because as I prepared, I was like, we are being paralyzed. We are being paralyzed. I even had to say to the MEC this morning, or MEC, we are going to punch you. I want to punch you on this thing. It's unfortunate here are other commitments couldn't come. You can almost imagine how difficult the meeting it would have been with that report. Because we reserve the right of Joburg, we are not going to speak. Provincial department. You see? So please, in future, give us a comprehensive report. Ralogo. I don't think that is too much of an ask. I get that debate. We give you ample time.
No, Chair. Collaborate.
Yeah, collaborate. Give us a singular report. It's better that way, so that we because I read the challenge Meritaville is that this report that we're engaged in now, Joburg, we have only just received it now. Can you see our challenge? Just now. So, in essence, we'll have relied on yours. But yours is also not substantive, because it's only a paragraph, in essence. The rest is just, pro forma things, which are templated and signatures. So, are you saying, or are we with confidence, or, oh, no, this is where we are? But Thimala must also request, that the or ya public participation, very crucial. Feedback, create platforms to feedback. Because if you don't do that, there are all these misnomers and misgivings about the work that you will have done. So it could be that you are doing some work, but if you keep it to yourselves, who knows? Nobody knows. You see, nobody knows. And these are highly contentious issues. So please assist us in that regard. So what I'm gathering from the responses, and I might be wrong, is that you had Zanspred, which was for all intents and purposes an informal settlement, and it would have only been in 2017 that processes leading towards its formalization and the development were caused. Is that the case? Yeah. So all along, it would not have been something that was formally considered. It was only in the latter years, or 2017, that much consideration would have been had following the application for the development. Because initially we thought 2017, 2010, it doesn't make sense. It would not have made sense anyhow. So this is what I want to suggest moving forward. So we have got a process. We now have got a process. And there are all these articulations as well as commitments being made. We don't work in silos in the legislature. There are multiple committees, and one of them is the Portfolio Committee on COCTA and Human Settlement. We will have entertained your petitions because it came through our portal. That let's listen, and then cause for necessary interventions. And I think we've managed to do that. But the next step is that we are going to refer the petition to our sister committee, which is a COCTA and Human Settlement, to play oversight, so that whichever commitments that will have been made by the department as well as the city of Joburg are actualized. So on our part, it will just be a question of receiving regular updates on the work that will have to be undertaken to that end. Does it, can we manage it that way, members?
Yeah.
Can we manage it that way?
Yes.
And then Caesar, members will then have to consider doing a joint visit to Zanzibar, so that we're also there on site. But I want us to do it post the 28th of April. I don't want us to do it now. So maybe let's pace it. We can go sometime in May or June, so that we give the department a bit of time to also get their house in order. So we can do it maybe at the fall of May, so that there wouldn't be any excuses to why there hasn't been any abidance with the date that the department will have committed themselves to. Yes, let me give you the final say.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I want us to be clear what is the 28th, what is actually going to happen, which the committee will see on the 28th. And I want to see clarity on that. Because you will come to Zanzibar on May, and then it will, and this is, and land invaders. So I want to understand after the 28th, what would have happened physically. And that's why we are here in this sitting, to see action, Chairperson. Thank you.
Yeah, so the construction, and I think it's in the report, so maybe we must share the report with the petitioners. It says the Department of Housing in the city of Joburg appointed the Housing Development Agents, HDA, during March 2021 to implement the infrastructure program within Zanzibar Extension 84. Again, such a program covers water, sewer, road, stormwater, and electricity. The envisaged construction date, as reported by the appointed engineers, will be the 28th of April.
Construction.
Yes, the envisaged construction. So we'll share, and this is why I was asking earlier on, whether indeed this is what the department is committing to. It's in their report. We're not being inventive. That is why I was asking. So it means month end May. We're not going to come on the 28th. We'll come on the month end of May, so that we track whether there has been any progress, whether there has been any commencement towards that. So I want us to leave it there. I think we took a bit of time on that one because of its nature. So thank you very much to yourselves, the petitioners. Why do I keep on missing the same? But I want to call you properly. Can I give that doma? Mototwan.
Correct.
Kistwan.
Mix. Tswana.
Mototwan. That Mototwan sounds a Soto like, but also Tswana like. So thank you very much. That Mototwan. I'm Martawi. I'll have a discussion with you. I'll have another discussion with you. And there's a reason, I'll tell you why. Sipo. We must manage this thing of time-based appearances before our committees. I want us to manage that part where we must appear before committees. But we'll have a discussion about that. So thank you very much for all your efforts. Is there any other petition that relates to housing?
Yes, there are.
Or there are, Okay. So there's a brief announcement. Okay, so we're going to break here for lunch. I want to suggest that how long is lunch? Can we do it in 40 minutes? Let's do a 40 minutes lunch break. Ne? And then we're back so that we resume. Yeah, we'll go like it. Where is it served? Can you announce where lunch is served?
Okay, the lunch is going to be served at the restaurant. Apparently there's only one restaurant here, right? Yeah, that's where it's going to be at. So everybody is welcome there. Thank you.
Where is it, here or where?
Down there.
No, not here, Chair. I think it's a little bit down. We go out from here, but they're going to direct us.
Okay,
as soon
we'll
as
do
we
45 minutes at lunch because of the 5 minutes. So we stand adjourned. We'll resume. Yeah, 45 minutes. What is 45 minutes?
20 cost.
So 20 past 2 were reconvening. 20 past 2 were reconvening. Yeah, there was long. No, don't want thieves here.
teach the children all they need to know. Make the nations all agree. But when I dreamed alone, 'cause no one cared. Never had a friend or lover there. If I had everything, and the whole world admired me, but I didn't have love, then it wouldn't mean anything. If it was up to me, this was my land and I was king, but I didn't have love, what would I be? If I knew 1,000 people in the street, but none of them cared anything for me. If I had everything, and the whole world admired me, but I didn't have love, then it wouldn't mean anything to me. If it was up to me, this was my land and I was king, but I didn't have love, what would I be? If I had everything, and the whole world admired me, but I didn't have love, what would I be? If it was up to me, man could rule each side, I was king, but I didn't have love, what would I be? night long. Play them again, play me the love songs. I want to fall in love, I'll never be the same. Oh, songidlalela izingoma zasemandulo. Play me those love songs. Songidlalela izingoma zothando. Play me those love songs. Oh, songidlalela izingoma zasemandulo. Play me those love songs. Oh, songidlalela izingoma zothando. Play me those love songs. Oh, songidlalela izingoma zasemandulo. Play me those love songs. Oh, songidlalela izingoma zothando. Play me those love songs. Oh, songidlalela izingoma zasemandulo. Play me those love songs.
He had strong defenses built his heart to surround. Not for long, when she appeared, all the walls tumbled down. She had scars reminding her she was easily deceived. Only tears convinced her once again to believe. His ego would bend, learning the art of love. Her heart soon would mend, learning the art of love. They were two hearts tuned together and beating as one. Ever knew each kiss was like the very first one. They explored each landscape of their sweet intimacy. Never bored, love's horizon reached out infinitely. Both lovers and friends, learning the art of love. Homework never ends, learning the art of love. Learning the art of love requires
You see, our people don't have discipline.
There's one thing I'm sure of, David. We finally found the key. So this is the way the love was meant to be. Ain't no telling where your heart will lead you. There's only one certainty. Love remains a mystery.
Some other guy who came.
all at once can disappear. Left alone and wondering, tell me where does it go? Nobody really knows. One thing I'm sure of, we finally found the key. This is the way that love was meant to be. All I know, this is heaven, love's sweetest song. Good times keep getting better. I'm right where I belong. All I need is you beside me. Know your heart is true. After all said and done, I'll still be loving you. Life's uncertain. It's easy to lose your way, no matter how hard you try. Seems like nothing turns out right. Promise me that you won't give up. Don't lose your hope, cause when you least expect it to, love has a way of finding you. One thing I'm sure of, we've solved the mystery. This is the way that love was meant to be. All I know is this is heaven, love's sweetest song. Good times keep getting better. I'm right where I belong. All I need is you beside me. Know your heart is true. After all is said and done, I'll still be loving you. All I know, you're all I need. Part of you lives inside of me. So promise me forever. Say you'll leave me never. Together we can do anything. All I know, this is heaven, love's sweetest song. Good times keep getting better. I'm right where I belong. All I need is you beside me. Know your heart is true. After all is said and done, I'll still be loving you. All I know is heaven, love's sweetest song. Some good times keep getting better. I'm right where I belong. All I need is you beside me. Know your heart is true. After all is said and done, still be loving you. All I know, all I need. All I
Tlamewa. Se moula ana tšhelete o tšhaile. Caesar. let's settle down so that we can start. I think we'll have agreed that we'll resume 20 past 2. So I wouldn't want us to take any more time. I don't know how you manage.
Oh.
Yeah, so let's we're going to take other petitions because we still have got a number of petitions that we must go through. And we really would want that we do that qualitatively. We don't want to cut corners. So if we can all settle down so that we resume. So if you can, what we want to suggest, there's about, how many? There are 3 or 4, isn't it? There's about 3 petitions all related to the Department of Human Settlement. Because of the time constraints, there are people who are not staying here, so they still would have to travel afar. So what we wanted to suggest is that we read through the summaries of the 3 petitions, and then we'll ask different petitioners to confirm. And then the department will respond overall, will give us an overall response to those petitions. We'll take them in segments. So we'll deal with what will come, and then, yeah, so in that particular sequence. Because we're just worried about time. It's now 2:30. And you will have seen that having to deal with one petition has got a number of aspects or considerations. So it takes a bit of time. The petition that we dealt with before lunch, we took an hour and 30 minutes, actually an hour and 40 minutes, just on that petition. So closer to 2 hours dealing with one petition. And we just fear that if we were to do that with all others, we'll leave here at 12. So it might not necessarily be as feasible. So hence I was suggesting that we do it like that. So Nathalie, can I maybe just indicate which are those petitions? And then you can present them. Thank you. Yeah. Let's get a sense, because part of this undertaking is that we must get responses from relevant authorities or departments. Is the city of Joburg here on forthcoming petitions? Because I know I spoke to the MMC of corporate, what is it called? Corporate services. Human settlement is here, isn't it? It's yourselves. Infuleni, is there anybody from Infuleni? There's nobody. You? And no one from the city of Joburg. Who is from the city of Joburg?
Chair, humble apologies. I know I requested that we postpone the petition, but the officials that are required to respond to them are not in attendance.
They're still not in attendance?
No, Chair.
Yeah, please, Member Sibanyon, we might want to write a letter So you must assist us to identify those officials. We are going to lodge a formal complaint. And it's a very serious one, so we are not taking it lightly because it's a waste of taxpayers' money, but also our time. We don't have time for nonsense. We really don't have time for nonsense. And I actually said it earlier, that the moment the person arrives at 3 hours, you must just know that they are just disrespectful. I mean, a no-show is even worse. We invite you in time, you don't pitch up. So please, let's get all the names, Mayor Masibanyo. We write a formal complaint. You see? It's a chargeable offense, actually. It's really a chargeable offense. That when a department has to account to the legislature, people are, they are just among, they are miss. I don't think we would want to work in that fashion. Because in essence, it means it leaves us to petitions. And we're not departments. We're unable to respond on behalf of departments. Then what happens to all the resources that will have been spent? In procuring the venue, catering, ferrying of petitioners. It's an expense. It doesn't come for nothing. So maybe let me request that maybe that the Chavala, if you can just step in for me, I want to call the mayor. So assist us with those names. Let me call the mayor right away so that we don't delay this thing. If you can assist me with the names, or do we already have them, members? I want us to deal with this tendency of people who are undermining the committee. Because even if it means they have to appear here at 8 o'clock in the evening, they must come. So please give us the names quickly, so that almost immediately I then speak to the mayor. So if you can just quickly take over. Yeah, let's leave the seat of Joburg for now, up until I've made this call. We can deal with all others.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Mbuli.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, you can
Thanks.
present the next petition.
Okay, thanks, Chair. As per the instruction by the Chair, I'm going to read all petitions that the Department of Human Settlement is supposed to respond to. I'm going to read them individually, and then they will then holistically respond to them.
Okay.
Yes. Then I will then request Ntate Robert Sikete to sit that side for issuing of title deeds, early childhood. Also request Ntate Mutau to also sit that side, occupy that side, and also request housing development, Yakus booking, that is Ntate Mohang, to also take a seat that side. And also Ntate Make for acceleration of Sunsprit Mega Housing Development Project also. So I will start with acceleration of Sunsprit Mega Housing Development Project. The rapporteur is yourself, Chair. Registration number PP52B09/20LOHS. The petitioner is Mr. Enos Make, an adult male who resides at 059 Plot 51 Sunsprit, submitting this petition on behalf of the community, who alleges that the residents of Zandspruit informal settlement demand that the mega housing development project, as presented to the community in 2019 by the Department of Human Settlement, be expedited. He further alleges that the department highlighted that The project will be implemented in collaboration with the City of Johannesburg Metropolitan Municipality and in partnership with private sector developers, which include the Kayak Connect Group. Furthermore, he alleges that they made a follow-up with the ward councillor and officials at the regional offices of the department but did not receive a response. Chair, it was adopted and referred to the department on the 11th of September, both the department and the city in this regard, on the 11th of September 2020. Numerous follow-ups were done respectively on the 8th, 3rd of December and the 14th of January 2021. We are currently awaiting for a status report. The next one is issuing of title deeds, Early Childhood Development Center. The petitioner is Mr. Robert Sikete and Aldert May, who reside at 76/59 Road, Small Farms, Everton, submitting this petition on behalf of the owners of Early Childhood Development Centers in Everton. The petitioner alleges that there is a delay in issuing title deeds to the residents of Tsepong, Itinside, Buitumelo, and Kanana, who use their RDP houses as ECDs. He also alleges that the delay in the issuing of title deeds means that the owners of the ECDs are unable to extend their houses as their building plans will not be approved without title deeds. He further alleges that this prevents some owners from meeting the requirements of operating an ECD due to inability to provide proper facilities for children. He further alleges that they informed the Department of Human Settlement about the matter, but they are still waiting. Chair, the petition was referred on the 21st of May 2015. We are still waiting for a status report in this regard. The third one is RDP House, Everton West. The petitioner is Ms. Mahupulang Mutaung, an adult female who resides at 16251 Phase 4, Bramfisher, who alleges that she was allocated an RDP house in 1997 at 8977 Extension 11 Everton West, but was removed from the house in 2001 by the then ward councillor. She also alleges that the councillor claimed that she was illegally occupying the house even though she had a title deed. She further alleges that the house is still in her name, and as a result, the municipality charges her for rates and taxes, which has accumulated to 40,000 rand. Furthermore, she alleges that she informed the municipality about the matter, but the debt still reflects as hers and not the new owners of the house. The petition was referred to Mfuleni Local Municipality for investigation and reporting and to the Committee for Gauteng Human Settlement for oversight on the 20th of September 2016. It was further tabled on the hearing that was held on the 25th of November 2017 in Sidibeng to investigate who was the councillor during 2000 and 2006 in Everton West Extension 11, and also to assist the petitioner to open the case. Mr. Sikoto says they are not responsible. Mr. Sikoto responded that they are not responsible, but they must go and further advised that the petitioner should go to the courts. Follow-ups were sent to the department on the 18th January 2021 and 3rd February 2021. On the 8th of February 2021, the municipality responded through an email that was referred to the Mfuleni, where they indicated that the MMC is attending to this matter. The last one, that will be housing developments, booking extension 24 PP01C/10/05HU. Summaries, title deeds, basic services. The petition was tabled in the hearing on the 14th of September 2013, Everton at Mafatsani Hall, where the mayor at Mafatsani Hall. They submitted a report on the hearing that took place on the 14th of September 2013. The department reported that all administrative processes have been resolved. An outstanding issue was the house plans that were submitted to Mfuleni for approval. Follow-up was sent to the department on the 8th of December 2018. It was further tabled at the external hearing held at Everton Mafatsani Hall on the 19th September 2015. It was resolved that Mr. Lou Torrent should convene a meeting with petitioners and the rapporteur. Mr. Torrent convened the meeting on the 7th October 2015. However, as it was recess period for MPLs, he was requested to reschedule to a date when MPL will be back in the office. Emfuleni committed to fast track the provisions of service. Yes, the provision of services rules. The rapporteur further indicated that title deeds will be granted before the end of December 2015. Chair must also indicate with regard to this one, there are beneficiaries who were issued with title deed, but petitioners will share more light with regard to these other outstanding matters. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mbuli. Okay, before we proceed, no, there's something that I want to check from you. Acceleration of Zanusprate mega housing project and implementation of the resolution by the COJ. Is that not the same petition?
Thanks, Chair. It is the same petitions, but the issues that were raised are different. The other one talks to the mega project, and then the other one talks to the implementation of the resolution that was taken by Council.
Okay. And then if maybe I can check from the department, are the reports on these petitions different or the same?
Through you, Chair, just to follow from what the Chair said, we actually address both issues at once before lunch.
Okay.
So whatever that was actually presented talks to both issues.
Okay. Can I check with the petitioners from Zanusprate? Okay.
Thanks to Chairperson. The issues are not the same. We must not confuse the two programs. The one that we're dealing with it later, it was about the implementation, a council-based resolution, a development that was supposed to be done by province, by City of Joburg on its own. So here we're talking a public-private partnership, meaning there are pockets of lands in Zanspret that belongs to the private owners, of which they want to incorporate so that the community can benefit in such a development. They want to bring about 10,000 units. So in the City of Joburg, we're talking about 6,000 to 7,000 units. But here we're talking another additional 10,000 on top of that 7,000 of City of Joburg. So they're completely different. So yes, thank you, Chair.
So you're expecting a different report from the department?
From province, yes.
All right. Okay, Member Snyman.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, Chair. When we were dealing with the issue of Zanspret earlier on, the Chair did make it very clear that we were dealing with both together at once. So I was also under the impression that we had dealt with Zanspret, and perhaps it would have been helpful because I even see that the official from Joburg, I don't know if the official from Joburg is still here, but it might have been helpful if the petitioners could have also maybe raised it then to say, hang on, these are two separate issues. But I just thought I'd indicate that that was my understanding as well, that we've dealt with. Thanks.
All right. And to petitioners, I don't know, the department is saying the report that they presented speaks to both petitions. I don't know if maybe in this forum, do you still want to engage on this? Maybe if the department there is anything, in addition to what you've presented earlier, if there's anything maybe that you'd like to add, maybe we'll give you, but if there's nothing that you still want to add and feel that the report that you presented both covers these petitions, then we can hear from you. Okay?
Yeah, I wanted to say from the face of it, they don't look the same to me.
Thank you.
So maybe what we can do is to give the petitioners to further explain in terms of what we are looking, because I see here it talks of the partnership that needs to be entered into with the City of Johannesburg.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Maybe before we hear the department on this petition, before I give petitioners a chance, maybe can we hear from other petitioners with regards to their petitions? Are they happy with what was presented? Is that their petitions? And then let's see. Early childhood. Mr. Robert Sikete. The petition that was presented, is that the petition that you submitted? Sorry? Okay, I'm listening, Mr. Skete.
Okay, thank you, Chair. We are not happy at the moment because not most of our ECD centers received their title deeds. And also the petition that we have submitted, it was not including only title deeds. It was including many items that involving around the title deeds. I will quote: rezoning and consent use, massacre and building plans. So now they have selected only one item, which is title deeds. So on our side, it took 4 years to respond towards this, meaning we are going to wait another long time so that we can be assisted. For us on VAL, it's something that it's not going to be okay now with us.
Okay, you know what I think we need to do? Let's wait for the department to make a presentation. And then let's see what their report says, then we'll take it from there. Everton West, Memu Hopolang Motaung. On the Kupa Yagawa. Kiona petition ya Hawaii. All right, Nakupa Yagaman, thank you. Mr. Timo Huang, Housing Development Extension 24. Kiona petition yao.
But I think we're going to deal with the last paragraph of...
Nakupa Sibixi Mike.
Thank you, Chair. I think we're going to deal with the last paragraph of the report, as Mr. Mbulayen have just said, where we're going to explain exactly what's going to, what we really need. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Caesar, do we have these reports on these petitions? We don't have reports. Not all. Do members have the report so that they can engage thoroughly? Let's start here. This one? Okay. No. Okay. This one? This one, they said they're going to refer to the department because it's the definition because the glitches of the system. This one? She's going to report on the title deeds. So that's part that she is indicating the title deeds. There's no report. Okay. Thank you. The department. Thank you. We can get the reports from the department with regards to all the petitions that have been mentioned here. And also, can you address the issue of Zanusprite with before maybe you report with regards to what the petitioners have raised, that these are two different petitions, so one report cannot speak to both petitions.
No, thank you very much, Chair. It is just unfortunate that...
Sorry, silence please. Silence please.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's just unfortunate that our colleague from the city of Johannesburg and the Thaba, they had to leave, who are the project owners of Zanspet, because based on the summation done by the chair in terms of bringing the two together, I think that's why the colleagues actually left. But I think from our side, I think if they need a separate response based on a separate submission, I think we can actually afford them that particular response in a form of a one-on-one session with them outside the portfolio committee. Thereafter, a report to the portfolio committee, so that we don't necessarily have to wait for another date from the petitions committee.
All right. Petitioners, do you hear what the department is saying? To say they had thought when they presented, they were addressing both petitions, but if you need a report separate, they can arrange a meeting with you where they will give you a report and also send a report to the committee. I don't know whether, do you agree to that?
We don't have a problem, Chairperson, to meet with them separately. But one would ask a question, why are we here today? That we are today asking you for your intervention, Chairperson, that those meetings that we're talking about has collapsed, has never materialized. So today, Chairperson, I don't want to, I'm a bit confused when you said in the previous petition, you've addressed province has responded, because from where I'm sitting, I don't remember us receiving any response from province or any report today that comes from province. All I heard is the chairperson saying that he was not happy with SIPO's report that was only a paragraph report, which we don't even see ourselves. We have not seen the content of that paragraph. So to come here and just generalize that we responded on this item of acceleration, it is not correct and not fair.
Okay. So then how do you propose we move forward, since the department has requested a separate meeting away from this forum so that they can address the other issues? Because as they are saying, they thought the report would speak to both petitions, and also the general consensus here was that was the agreement. So the department has made a proposal, so what do you say?
Chairperson, who is here?
Okay.
Chairperson, who is here from the province? I want, perhaps if they introduce themselves, who is here from the department and who is not here, because this is a provincial led. Let's leave City of Joburg out of this for now. City of Joburg will follow province. Province must lead this program because it is initiated by province. So we want to hear a response from province, those who are here today.
All right, no, thank you. Maybe that was my mistake. Can you please introduce yourself so that petitioners know who you are, who's speaking to this issue? Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. The name is Colin Pito, Chief Director responsible for beneficiary management. With myself, I'm with the team from the Department of Human Settlement. On my right-hand side is Zanele Dludla, responsible for title deed. On my immediate left, it's Mfaniseni Khatebe, responsible for service delivery in Johannesburg. After Mfaniseni, I've got Patience Nage, who is the Assistant Director responsible for Customer Support Center. I have Sipo, Yvonne, and I've got the regional head of the Citibank region, Esther. Those are the reps from Human Settlement.
Okay. Maybe I don't understand the petition, but the department has already made a proposal. Maybe for the sake of moving forward, without maybe having a verbal dialogue between us, maybe drying in one circle. I don't know. What do you propose? They are saying that the report that they presented in the morning is the same report that they will present now if you requested a report. But what they are saying is that, can they arrange a meeting with you as petitioners? And then after having that meeting, they will brief the committee of the outcome of that meeting. I don't know whether do we move with that suggestion, or is there anything that you want that is different from what they are proposing?
Sorry, Chair. Does that mean the they don't have reports separately of each other. That's why.
All right.
I mean, the department, they don't have the reports separate of each other, because the decision that we took that we are going to deal with these reports holistically, it was a decision that was made here not so long ago. So I'm also failing to understand. So they came without reports.
Okay, I think you can answer that.
Chair, as indicated, I think the reports are there. I don't want to attempt to respond to some of the issues, which may be technical in nature. Hence, I'm requesting through the committee, now that the COJ official is not there, and the project manager who's retired who is not here, that I beg your indulgence, that outside this session, we set up an engagement with them to take them through the report that the department would have prepared. Thereafter, give the necessary feedback to the petitions committee.
Okay.
Let me rescue Chair. And the chairperson is here. Unfortunately, he doesn't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm really trying to.
After we went through the first petition, there was a lady that was referred to as Mayor Tabi. And the chairperson did indicate that he is not happy about the response from Mayor Tabi. Therefore, next time when they respond, they must respond accordingly. And in that process, he then collated the two into one. And the decision was then taken that we have dealt with both of them. Okay. With the view that next time when we engage more maritime, they must be able to give more details. Okay. I thought that is what the chair was saying earlier. And I thought we dealt with that matter. Thank you.
All right.
No, thanks, Chair. I was just going to ask, I mean, the resolution, the report from the city of Joburg dealt primarily and in depth with portions 83, 84, and 85. This mega housing development, do we know, do the petitioners perhaps know, or does anybody else perhaps know from the province as to which portions of land are we talking about? Because that will also help us to understand. Is it the same area, or is it a totally different part of Johannesburg? Because then one will be able to understand where the difference lies between the two. Because this one doesn't talk about any specific portions of land, whereas the other one actually did, 83, 84, 85. And I think that would be helpful if we were able to understand, is it the same, is it a different area of Johannesburg, etc. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, so are you saying the department must answer that or the petitioners must answer that?
I think whoever has that information, yeah, that might have that information.
Okay.
Thanks.
So, department, do you have any information with regards to what Member Schneiman has just asked now?
No, I wouldn't have, Chair.
Okay. Petitioner?
Chairperson.
Okay, maybe before we move, Chairperson, I don't know whether you understand where we are now.
Yeah, I think I do now, with the flow of exchanges. Look, just before we took a break, remember as we sit here, we analyze, and I'm sure you will see, I mean, the coordinator coming to brief me or give me updates on where we are insofar as the reports are concerned. So as matters stand, the committee was supposed to have received the report. But unfortunately, what will have been submitted is not satisfactory. So it doesn't deal with the latter part of the petition, which is under number 4, if I'm not mistaken, number 4.
Yeah.
And on that basis, we'll have said, look, we can't even begin to entertain because it piggybacked on what the city of Joburg will have authored in their report, which is a separate matter. You see? Now, I don't want us to be adventurous and that we will now want to say, let's deal with that, knowing that there's actually no response. There's really no response. So we must be frank, you know. But of course, what the department might possibly suggest is that because let's say in the interim, because remember the committee doesn't sit every day. Maybe as an interventionist measure, let's arrange a meeting. And the question would be, when is that meeting? Is it? And that meeting might have to be recorded. And then we might also have to send our rapporteur. Remember when we adopt the petition, we also assign one of our members to be part of that meeting. You see? So that we take the process forward. Because as it stands, we don't have a report. So we can force the issue to be discussed. Where's Meritabi? She's no longer here. She's left. So there's no report. So even if you were to force it, Ndate Pitso is not responsible for this part of work as it relates to housing. So there's nobody qualified. And remember our attitude, my attitude in how we deal with these things. And I've just spoken to the mayor and the MMC of corporate services in Joburg. Or we want the senior managers. We don't want anybody to give us reports. One senior managers. You know why we do that? So that whatever articulations that are being made by those officials, we can hold them accountable for them. But if it's a junior person, tomorrow they can say, we don't want those things. So as it stands, the report that we have been given as the committee is not satisfactory. And we felt, but you know, this is not something that you can even bring. And that is why you will have heard me when I said to Meritabi, I want to see you after here. The discussion that I was having with her is that you must go rework your report. Give us a comprehensive report. This can be considered as a report. Because the moment you accept, it means we are trend-setting on something which is wrong. You see? And quite unfortunately is that when we receive these reports, we must share with you. So if it's the report of that nature and the committee accepts it, in essence we are saying, no, this is the response to yourselves. And I don't think you will be comfortable if we were to do that. You will have heard us interrogate the report that the city of Joburg submitted with us. So we're much more meticulous in the kind of reports that we have to deal with. So way forward, Ndate Chabalala, is that today it's Monday. On Wednesday, we want that we arrange that meeting between the department, the department, the petitioners, and then there will be a member. Even myself, I'm free. I can come into that meeting. I don't think I've got anything on a Wednesday. We'll just have to agree on the time so that I'm also physically present in that meeting. Can we work on that?
Chair,
is it doable?
I think we must also include the city of Johannesburg. Because we've mentioned
the
department.
Yes. I get the department will know how this matter, the analytics of the matter to determine who must also come on board. Remember earlier on I said we actually hold in fact this reporting must come through the province. So it's just courtesy that we entertain the seat of Joburg. It's just a courtesy arrangement. So the province in that meeting with the petitioners as well as myself and the rapporteur is you are the rapporteur. So the two of us will be in that meeting with the petitioners and the department. So let's close it and let's leave it at that. So it's a meeting that will happen. Can we do it? Is Wednesday okay? I want to check Wednesday or Thursday. It's Easter. People start traveling from Thursday. Can we do it on Wednesday?
Chair, I'll have to confirm with the colleagues, but what I will then do, before we leave here, I would have given a clear determination in terms of the date. For the Wednesday.
We want it soon in that day. We don't want to procrastinate. We really want, even if it's a preliminary engagement, we can then agree on a later, on another date. But the Wednesday one must happen. I don't think it's a train smash. Is it? Otherwise, it takes us a bear. We really want to consolidate our reports as well on our part. Because remember, whatever work that we do, we report on it. Is it? So the moment we start to leave things lingering, it creates a bit of a problem for us. So I want us to agree on Wednesday. We can then have a discussion about time and the location.
Is it not too early Wednesday?
Come again?
Is it not too early? But Wednesday after tomorrow?
Yes. I know it's a bit of pressure, but it's not due on our part. Because we'll have written to the city, not the city, to the department. Or here is this petition. What is the response? So it's not even on our part. So the department will have had ample time. Unfortunately, they piggybacked on the report of the city of Joburg. So let's arrange for Wednesday, and then we can call it a preliminary interaction, so that we understand what the issues are. So that when you go back and follow up and generate the proper report, at least there will have been the first of the interactions. To sort of also give assurance to the petitioners that indeed there is a level of work being put towards finding a response to the petition that is submitted. Remember, we're guided by the legislation, so we can't say, no, let's leave it. We can't leave it. It has got to be dealt with. So I agree, we're going to do it in that fashion. So on Wednesday, we'll meet. We'll meet on Wednesday. We'll just have to follow up on the question of time and the venue. So those are the only two things that we'll have to follow up on. Otherwise, we're readily available. I'm sure you're available.
Yeah, I am.
I'm also available. Are you available on Wednesday?
No, we're available.
Yeah, they're available. So if all of us are available, the department can also be available. So thank you very much on that one. Let's leave that. I think let's close it at that. And then we can move on to the next petition. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. I think the remaining four, the one that...
4 or 3?
4. No, no, sir. The one being of the misallocation of an RTP house for Ms. S.N.
Is that the one that was supposed to be presented by Zanel?
No.
Eh?
No, Chair.
Or is it a different one?
This has to do with the approval of a beneficiary, which happened then.
Oh, okay.
Then there's going to be 2 on the title deed that Zanel will actually deal with. So I will deal with the one of Memonella, and I'll also deal with the one of Everton West. Then Ms. Luda will then deal with the ECD, title deed, and the Sibuken extension 24 meter.
Okay. So that you may preside.
Sure.
So conclude on those ones, and then other members will also assist in check. Must empower and impart the skills.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Chair, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, members, the petitioners and colleagues. My name is Zanele Lula. I'm a Chief Director at the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements. I'm responsible for title deeds registration. Chair, I'm going to be responding to the petition that talks to ECDCs, which we can see that it was first submitted to the Department or Petitions Committee in 2015. Chair, we've gone through the petition, and we saw that the petition is the main petitioner, Mr. Sekete, is actually addressing residential areas in Tepong, Itonside, Boitumelo, and Kanana, and totaling in these areas 259 properties, whereby the petitioners would have indicated that they are running ECDCs in these areas, but they do not have title deeds, and they would like to extend these properties so that they can be suitable for such for such business. However, they do not have title deeds. Chair, after going through the petition, we tried to phone Mr. Sekete. It was on Thursday on the number that is on the petition, which is 0609024034, because we felt that the information that was provided from the petitions committee did not allow us to do justice on the petition in terms of investigation. Looking at the year when this petition was submitted, I would say that because we have been transferring in these areas, you might find that out of the 259 that was initially submitted by the petitioners, a number of properties have already been transferred. I think the petitioner also referred to that. So we have requested the petitions committee secretariat to provide us with the attachment that seems to have been submitted by the petitioners that was not received by the department, so that we can do back office exercise investigating all the properties that would be listed to determine which ones are transferred and which ones are not transferred, so that we can come up with a plan and present the plan to say, for those that are not yet transferred, what is happening, and then we give the plan to the petitions committee and also respond to the petitioners to say what is going to happen with those properties that have not been transferred. Chair, I must also indicate that I think the petition also talks to issues of zoning, where they are running these businesses. As this unit and as the department will only be able to respond to issues relating to issuance of title deeds, then we will refer the petitioners correctly to the municipality to say where should they go for issues of rezoning, so that they can run their businesses in the correctly rezoned areas. Thank you, Chair. And I'm happy that the petitioner is here. We can also exchange numbers so that we can then be able to get information necessary for us to take forward this petition. Thank you, Chair. That is the one for the ECDs.
Okay. Another report?
The other report, Chair, the response was not submitted to the petitions committee, and it's almost the same issue whereby we received the petition for Sebokeng.
Yeah, maybe let's flag that other report. Can we see it? Who has it? We don't have a report. Okay.
Chair, are you referring to the ECDC one? Or we did submit the report?
No, that one we have.
Oh,
of,
okay.
We've got that one. Which other one are you?
Sebokeng, Chair, I've indicated that.
Sebokeng Extension 24.
Yes, the one for Sebokeng Extension 24. It also talks to title deeds. Chair, I've indicated that we did not submit a written report for this one in particular. And Chair, the situation is almost the same, where we can indicate as the department that we have done a lot of transfers in Sebokeng Extension 24, and some of the properties whereby we could not transfer, it's because some of the occupants of those properties are not the, how can I put it, they are not the HSS approved occupants. So meaning that we could not at that time transfer title deeds to those people who were not HSS approved. And again, we did not get the list of those petitioners. I understand it's 4 of them who say they were left out when title deeds were being registered. So we would like to get the ID numbers, the F numbers, full addresses of the properties that are referred to that are not yet transferred by the department, so that we can see if the 4 petitioners who say their properties have not been transferred, are they HSS approved? If not HSS approved, then we have to look at it, and not in a blanket form, case by case. Then we'll come up with a plan as to how do we move this petition forward. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Who's going to present?
Okay, I'm going to present on the 2. Maybe let me first start with the Everton West one, with regards to a complainant.
Okay, sorry, before, did you Do we have the report for this one?
Yeah, you see, that's the problem. Because there are no reports. I mean, if you could compile a report for the ECDs, why not Sibuki? Why are you able to give us a report on Everton but not Sibuki and the other ones? Because we really can't work that way. We really can't work on verbal reports. And what kind of an arrangement is that? Is there a reason why a report could not be drafted? Maybe there's some superior logic around why Opala submit that report. Maybe let's deal with this issue of reports. Because you know, we're not starting now to complain about this thing of a tendency of appearing before the committee without any reports. So we must just take your word for it. I mean, if you know that I must submit the report and you do it in respect of that, but on all others, we decide we are not going to submit reports. What does it say?
Chair, I would like to apologize on this particular one for Sibuking Extension 24. I want to believe that somehow the referral, the way it was referred, I did not get the petition. So fortunately, we had to follow up and understand what is happening. So I would have requested to the chair that now that I know about the petition, I be allowed to respond in writing and send the petition to the secretary. The response to the petition.
It's really not enough, Mezane. It's not enough. I mean, this is a petition that was submitted in 2013. 2013. 8 years ago. But we have got nothing tangible that says at least this is an older report. You know, you can say, but it's just that we did not update it. It's something that they did.
Okay, Chair.
Sure.
Yeah, I was saying so that we don't run around and considering that similar to this petition, it contributes the majority of petitions that we receive in the committee. And taking into consideration their apology, maybe we need to find a way of disturb chair.
I'm sorry about that.
Yes. So I was saying that considering that this type of issues that leads to petitions, it's not for the first time. I mean, if you observe in terms of petitions that we are receiving, it constitutes a similar majority of this one. So I was of the view that considering that they've already apologized, maybe we should come with a mechanism of saying that all that will be referred to them must be written, they must give us written reports in time. Maybe what we can also agree on is how long do they need? I'm not sure whether they received it in time or they received it in late, but you could hear from the presenter that she has not received the referral. It might have fallen within the cracks, although I take point that it's a 2013 petition. But maybe let's just pave a way of moving forward in a better working better working way for the future, that as soon as they receive the petition, within reasonable time, whether it's 7 or 10 days, they must respond with those written reports on time before we actually have the sitting with petitioners, because indeed it's disappointing that we are sitting here. We have petitioners who came all the way to come and listen to the outcome of their petition, and we're still discussing issues of reports, something that should be an internal process or an internal discussion. So the apology should actually go to petitioners that we have not, as a department, been able to generate the reports. So it makes it very difficult for the petitions committee to deal with their petition. But otherwise, as I suggested, Chair, so that we have a better way of working in the future. I mean, if it reoccur, then it's something that we can take up with the political office bearers, that it's not for the first time. We once discussed it, and this is what we resolved, and it seemed to be continuing so that it's able to stop at a particular time. But I have confidence that they will probably will never do it again. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, you know, while I hear you in part, Member Mabuni.
Before you wrap up, can I?
No, I'm not wrapping up. I think we're no chair. I'm not wrapping up. Yeah, you know, I hear you, and look, apologies are apologies, but they don't necessarily excuse. I mean, the challenge that plunges us into somewhat of a crisis, because it does that, technically. It plunges us into a crisis. We are left uncertain and confused around how we must deal with issues before us, because there are no reports. You see? And why am I saying that? I mean, you know that we're not in the legislature. We pay to come in. We book a venue which costs hundreds of thousands. Systems are put into place. We ferry petitioners. Organized must be, transport must be organized. You see, we set aside everything else. We say, you know what, for the next 2 days we're dealing with these petitions. And then we communicate timeously. Because I know, I mean, that thing of these referrals not having been received, I don't even want to entertain that. Because you will have received these things on the 19th and will have had ample time. Interactions with the petitioners only started last week Thursday. Only last week Thursday. Surely, I mean, you are not going to achieve anything anyway. You see? And that is why I'm taking offense. I'm taking an offense. That we prepare. I mean, I prepare. When there's a committee, we prepare. We don't sleep. I didn't sleep. Having to prepare. But then there's no reports. I mean, what kind of an impression are we creating? I hear that part, but it's been recurring. It's a recurring thing. Almost as if, I mean, as we speak, you don't even have it in full any municipality. So it's across the board. So again, we must say, no, let's excuse people. It's recurrent. Let me tell you what the challenge that we are faced with is that we have got heaps and piles of petitions. We have got a backlog. Some of these petitions, 2013 as it is, it's a backlog petition. Why? Because either the municipality or the department could not generate reports, could not deal with it decisively. It's still within our system. Must it still be within our system? 8 years later, 10 years later, we're still dealing with the petition. Oh, Lord. It can't be. It really can't be. You see, it can't be. As we report to the House, we report on a number of petitions that are in the backlog. Over 1,000 of petitions. Over 1,000. And let me tell you what the analytics of those petitions are. And I'm sure you will have our reports. The bulk of the petitions that we receive are from the Department of Human Settlement. Number 2, municipalities. And we wonder why. It's not a coincidence. It's really not a coincidence. Why much of our petitions, backlog, are coming from the department as well as the municipalities? Because it's almost as if we are not passionate to resolve, petitions. So we don't understand why that is the case. Explain. At times, as Member Mabunda was trying to do, we feel maybe let's not pressurize the department much. But it just can't be. Because it causes us to fail as well. So it means we must shelve this petition because there's no report. Take it back, it must remain on the system. Because there's just no way, Member Mabunda, no way. Maybe it happened during another lifetime when I was not in this committee, not in my turn, that we will receive a verbal report. I refuse. Tomorrow we are going to be called in the State Capture Commission. But answer, what did you resolve on? What am I going to say when there's nothing in written form? So we can't allow it. We really can't allow it. No way. You see, it's just like sending your child to school without doing homework. Then you want to blame these teachers. Or no, these teachers are not teaching my kid. Forgetting that you failed to assist your kid to do their homework. So please, I don't want to tolerate this thing. If you don't have a report, maybe don't show up. Don't show up so that we can deal with it through other means. Because it's so annoying. I mean, every petition, no report. No report. Then we must just be okay. No, we'll meet. We'll try to see what we can do. I mean, we tried it. You've just seen us with the last petition, all right? Maybe let's, as part of the mechanisms that you spoke to, let's meet on a Wednesday. It's an intervention. But it shouldn't be the case because it's eating in our time. We had scheduled our meeting for 2 days. Now we must extend to only Wednesday. I must have another meeting. So I must leave other commitments so that I give priority to what is in essence a shortcoming on your part. Can't be. It really can be. So please, we're not even going to receive a verbal report. We don't want verbal reports. No ways. So on Wednesday, when we meet, it means you too must also be part of that meeting with the petitioners. You must give us an account of how in Siboke you are dealing with that specific issue of the title deeds. In a written form. So even if it means working throughout the night, must do it. It must be done. Because seemingly when we are lenient, it's okay. We are not going to allow it. Tomorrow we are feeding back. We are giving feedback through local, community local radio station. What do we say? Time and time again, I ask the same questions. What is the level of a response of departments? And often at times we have to make alternative truths. We raise these things in reports in the House. Every quarter, we raise the same thing, the lack of responsiveness. One and the same thing. You must read through our reports. The one thing that is common, that features all the time, is the lack of responsiveness on the part of the department. Why must we tolerate it? Why? I mean, you are senior officials, you are earning a salary just like ourselves. Why can't we do our work? Our woman. Honestly. We really can't work that way. So please, on Wednesday when we meet, petitioners will get woman. So we'll arrange. So we'll have a meeting on Wednesday. I call it a preliminary interaction on all of these issues. You see? Because it will not assist us, and Lorna will not be able to assist you if we are receiving verbal reports. Go regarding the gift motho, mara ke se sure ke no test. You see, we don't want to take those chances. My sister, who are you? Oh, that is good. Yeah, no, not the hanging report. Yeah, no, but we don't want to complicate things. We'll deal with your report and then we'll allow you to engage it because at least that one we have it. So even if you are not happy, but at least there's a report, we'll engage with it so that we enrich the report. You see, I'm only speaking to petitions where there are no reports. Or on Wednesday, please, why is it not? I really, you know, if there's something that I abhor, is to have to fight with officials. I hate that thing. I really hate it. But you are making us to fight with you. We don't want to fight with you. It's not our responsibility to do that. All that we want is that we communicate with yourselves, give us reports, we engage with the report. Where we are not happy with the report, we say, hey, you know what, we have given us a report, but we are not happy with this and that. Can you go back and clean it? You know? But there's a level of demonstration. Hey man, I take my work seriously. I also take the committee seriously, including the petitions. That is all. That's all that we ask. That is why we entertained this report, even though it was late, but at least there's a report. Not that we are condoning late submission of reports, including yours in that debate, which has just popped up in my system. It's a report. At least we can work around something. But when there's no report completely, when there's no report completely, what does it say? Maybe now, this thing I don't understand. So, Wednesday we'll deal with that. Petitioner, then we can deal with the other one of Everton. I'm not sure Everton, isn't it?
Chair, the Everton one is one of the municipality, but however, as a department, we felt it would be proper that to give some advice to the petitioners in the absence of
Okay, so can I check? With regards to the misallocation of the RDP house and also the RDP house in Everton West, so are you still going to make verbal reports?
No, the misallocation one is the one of Alexander, which is a formal report, which we have.
It is a formal report?
Yeah.
Okay, let's
the
talk
one of Everton West, that's the one that was misdirected, but however, I want to give advice to the petitioners so that they don't necessarily live here without getting an advice from us as a department.
You know what I would propose? The chairperson has requested a meeting for Wednesday. So yes, and also suddenly when she was making presentation, she indicated that there was the information there on some petition, the information was not enough so that she can author a report. The petitioners are here. She can go to the petitioners, get all the necessary information so that on Wednesday when we meet, reports will be authored on those petitions. And also what the chair said, to say, when we say municipality, just a courtesy, but the department at the provincial level must provide reports and must lead in this initiative. So, Chair, I don't know whether I would say they must get the information that they say is outstanding from the petitioners. On Wednesday when we meet, they give us detailed reports with regards to those. How do they get reports from municipalities? Who they communicate with the municipalities? They will see how they do it. But on Wednesday when we meet, we get proper written reports with petitioners being there.
So when you say advice, what do you mean? Maybe I'm missing something. So it's not a report, it's an advice.
Chair, if I may, the petitioner it's indicating that we have actually given her, she was allocated a house, which she stayed in. She was then given a title deed to that house. She was forcefully removed by a particular councillor, even. So she wants an intervention wherein the municipality somewhat needs to scrap some of the debt that is owed to a municipality because she's no longer residing there. And she wants our intervention to help her back into the house. Remember, from a department side, we've already allocated, we've already issued a title deed. The full ownership of the property resides with the petition. And I'm not in a position to respond on behalf of the municipality in terms of scrapping off a particular debt. That is why I felt we can be able to give advice to a petitioner in a sense of them approaching a legal aid for free, such that they could actually approach the courts and open a case of trespassing. So we thought we should not necessarily leave the petitioners empty-handed, but we can only give advice to them, though the matter does not necessarily reside with us as a Department of Human Settlement, because our part we have already done.
Yeah, you know, you're all done that debate, but there's a, I think we often say we're a caring government. And as the lead department that facilitates housing programs, I think the outcry was really about how do we then intervene in reclaiming, or as part of assisting the petitioner to reclaim occupation of the house. And you might take it for granted. Our people are not so much powerful, you know, to an extent where they might fight some of these battles alone. And that is why they come to us. Already, I'm acknowledging that the department assisted me. But there's an element of either criminality that manifested itself in the form of the council. Then the petitioner comes to us, yourselves as well, including the municipality, on two things. You had given me a house, somebody has forcefully removed me from that house. You see? And don't make a mistake of thinking that our people deal in it. Or you are sitting in the province, there's a municipality. They don't do that. They see government as a singular organ. And that is why they will write to the municipality and yourselves, including us. You see? And of course, we can't suppose how the municipality will deal with the other issue of the rates and taxes, which is also a bit of a challenge. So I would have thought we needed to apply our minds. And I think when the committee adopted this petition, it had that in mind. Or do we simply say, you know what, go about your own way in resolving this thing? And unfortunately, it will posture us not so much as a caring, government. And that is why we'll have taken up the petition. You see? So part of the advice might be on point in that maybe let's report formally to law enforcement that you were forcefully removed and so on. We can advise on that. But there can be a level of support, either from the municipality or the department. I'm not sure who's responsible for RDP programs in the department, who can cause for his or her counterparts at the level of the locality to try to assist the situation. I think this is what we're getting at when we adopted the petition. Not so much about rigidity of rules. Right now I've done my part. Therefore, I guess I did say because if we do that, like I just said, the optics of it, just the optics of it, because it happens quite regularly that there are scores and scores of our people whose houses are being hijacked from them. So the department can say, no, but you were given the houses. When people are being fraudulently or crookedly being taken out of the houses that you have given them. You see? So because we are government, we really need to govern the situation better. You see? And the prevalence of that, because it's not for the first time that we are dealing with that kind of a petition, where a person was removed from a house by cancer, allegedly. So I'm saying allegedly. You see? Or some other officials later coming and say, no, this house was wrongfully allocated to you. Whereas this person is going to title. You see? So it was just a question of dealing with the nuances and navigating what might not necessarily be immediate to you insofar as your mandate is concerned. But of course, as part of a government that is responsive, we look at the alternative ways to intervene. I think that is the spectacle within which I will have looked at it. No? I agree. I don't know if we follow up. So Lorona is this committee. Even when we close a petition, and then we can observe, but you know what the department had committed is not doing. We sort of come back and try to assist, even when it's beyond us. And we're not saying overstep. We're not saying act ultra virus. We're not suggesting that. But we're saying where you can possibly lend a hand to resolve a situation. Why can't we do it? That is all that we're saying. You see. So, Is she here? I gotta go misrepresent them, Mamma. Eh. Okay, well, thank you very much. So, yeah. But what I, because it's difficult when there are no reports. Because at least they will have gotten a sense of how the municipality is handling the situation. Now, when there are no show, can you see the dilemma it puts us in? I mean, that's the dilemma. When there's no report, we can't second guess. Because we're not in the executive. Babodlo. We're not. So we can't step into the shoes of a municipality when we don't know how they ordinarily deal with these kinds of issues. We don't know. You see. So the advice, I think, in part, we are agreeable. But we'll find a way, Mama Mutau. I think we'll have to speak to the mayor after this session. Yeah, because Bala never bidits about infuli. About Tamolazin Lagashi. And Basa Tanso, I want a report. Ebuaka Katamayalu. Rodamo Musamutu Marna, the word where I can go reinvite Alafa power later. Lerfe Karab, petition the Lord Letaveli. Le submitting the law. Marariguaya Nabatuago in Fule Navahono. Arizur Maza Bazwakai.
Yelebona Azantate so pele dumelang pele ke thabela go letseba especially as in Tatembulain because ke na motho ne ke bua le ena ha boloka phone. And ke la motho ne ke mo jwetsa haholo the way ke ne ke dutse teng ke dutse ha bohloko ha kana ka teng ka lebaka la hore ntho nkwatisang ga dintho ka fela ke hore ena motho ena o dutse ko ntlong ya ka nna ke tshwere title deed so batsa go a ke itse le hore ke reng ka go ke bohloko le mo ke le mo ka di 30 tsa January ke ne ke tswa ko ne ke dula teng pula ena ke senyetswe ke dintho ne ke mo jwetsa ntate Molaeng a ke mo tsebe kwana ke thoma ho le ho mona thutte mara ke a mo leboha ka baka la hore Taramo o na kgona ho bua le nna le ha e le hore ho no sena sa se etsang mara o na kgona ho bua le nna ke bone hore case ya ka maybe e ka nna ya tswela pele hore ka nna ho a etsala eng a ke itse
no a ona molato mama gore la e lora ba tla ka jeko a sore kganya lona fedila ya fela a re feleletse mo letsatsing la ka jeko re tlo sala morao le ba municipality le ba lefapha re shebisise gore ba ka le thusa yang gore le kgone o kry-a ntlo ya lona so re tla re a re feleletsa ka tse dintse ebe re ikamantshe le majoro re raise le majoro gore o na le kgang and then the official sa diatla similar to what we have done with Joe, because I had a discussion with the mayor as well as the MMC, so it might mean we do the same thing within Fule. And then we'll also cause for them to have a meeting with you. We'll also be there in that meeting. But I think we'll finalize, we'll finalize that immediately after we have finished with these petitions, so that we follow up that issue. It's a long-standing issue. I don't think we can postpone it any further. Very, very crucial. So what I suggest that we do is that we take the report that relates to Ndate's case. Let's take that report. At least that report is there. Let's engage on that report. And that what we will have sent, maybe I'll give you a chance last now, is that we'll have a meeting on Wednesday to deal with your issue of Sebokeng, as well as the other issue of a Zanspray. No? Is that what I had said? Yes, we have said that. But for now, we take what is submitted, which is a report on barracking ECDC, no? As well as your one. I guess there's a one that you also submitted on Everton.
That's Alexander.
On Alexander. We take those two reports. But maybe before we do that, let's give him that day, Mohang, a chance to also express himself.
Chairperson. Committee of Leona, Chairperson, committee, petitioner Rona Hasia 2010. Kia 2005. 2013, it was just the meeting and resolve whatever the situation is. Kileboa fela because concern ibile o bone hore ha re bua le bo masepala ba rona ba re khella mo fatshe, so ntho tse tshwana le tsena re nka bele di le khale di solviwe har re kopa di meeting re bua le bona ha hona le motho a re nkellang go tlhong hore di meeting ga di kopa re tlo solve a problem o sena le motho a tlang, or else le meeting o ha o etsahale. So ke a kopa batho modimo bontate ba sebetsang governmenteng a re sebeletseng tšhaba, because ha hona mo re ka ba nra ya teng re tlo etla mo ho lona. If re sa thuswe ke lona a re tsebe re thuswe ke bomang, because now you are the only elected government. Ki rona batho ba bantsho ba re kgethileng, so ha ile rona le re kgelela ka motho ko a re sa itse hore re go kae. Nane ke re fela Chairperson, can we be excused because ha gona se re ka qoqang ka sona, re emele phone ya hore re tlo tla nako mang venue go go kae ka usana, because there's no use of redule mona hosna anything to say about it.
Yeah, so that's the plea from the demo. And it's emotive. You can hear that it's emotive. Because this is a long-standing issue. So if we are not going to process these matters with a degree of passion, I mean, these are the expressions. I don't think anybody ever writes a petition because they are bored. Nobody. I'm here to receive a petition about a nightclub or alcohol sales. Why here to receive that kind of a petition? These are more serious petitions. Quite substantive. So that so we can excuse it, because there's some additional information that she seeks. So that, yeah, the Wednesday meeting is more fruitful. Ne?
Okay, thank
So
you.
maybe what we can do, I'm not sure. Maybe wait before let's deal and report to our people around the issue of Bunda escape. And then immediately thereafter we can excuse you so that you meet with them. Is that okay? Yeah, so if you can come up and then we take that first report of the ECD. The ECDs. So maybe let's check. So it was presented.
Yes.
Let's check within that this kit whether you are confirming the contents of the summary as true and accurate. Microphone. Where's the microphone? My brother, I know more WhatsApp. We do it.
Okay, Mhlompe, ke le bona go le sebaka se omphileng sona. Ka ha o no botsa hore batho ba ya tshana ke le ka tsha haholo le bakeng la hore the only item e tlhaheletseng mo ke di title deeds. Ho ba re hlalositse ntho tse ngata ngata mo petition ya rona. Ntho e ntlusa mfoko fela I one ke hore yes, we're going to talk about title deeds. That means we're going to wait again 5 years for the issue health certificates, billing of health reports, nutrition funding, whereby they do affect us, all these things. To me, it seemed as a one body. If there's no leg, then we can't do anything about this. So now we are going to handle only title deeds. Yes, it's fine, but we are going to wait again. So what I'm trying to say is that the RDP houses, they didn't get...
Okay, so maybe let's leave it at that.
Yes.
We'll come back to it.
Okay.
We'll come back to the other extraneous issues. So you are, in a sense, a part confirming. You're confirming that part of the summary is correct.
Yes.
Well, the summary is correct.
Yes.
You are not so much happy with the response.
Because they selected only title deed.
Okay.
Yes.
So you are not happy with the response.
Yes.
Maybe already, because I agree, you have gone through the report.
Yes.
You have gone through the report.
Yes.
Okay. So what are the issues that you think are missed in the report? If you can tabulate them, so that when we give Ms. Anele to respond, she will then respond, overall.
Okay, recently now, all the issues are being covered, but the thing is that we are waiting for our ECD centers to get their title deeds, because immediately after we send the petition, I received calls from Influence so that they will be able to attend that matter. They will come back to me. So since from then, they never came back to me. So far, we are waiting for Ms. Anele to assist us with the title deeds. Then the one that we are missing, that we'll talk about these ones that are not part of this one.
So you want us to focus on the title deeds?
No, listen to me. Recently now, we have given opportunity to focus on title deeds only. Then the other ones, they will come along the way. The one we are missing is rezoning, consent use, Masakani, banning of health reports, health certificate, building plans, bylaws, nutrition funding. The challenge that we are having, that is burning ourselves, we do have Leseding and Midval and Mfulen. The municipality does not treat us all the same. Those who are operating at Midval on the shack, they do receive health reports that require them to get funding. But on the side of Mfulen, we don't receive any health reports while we are trying to improve, to extend. Are you with me, sir? Okay. Can I continue?
Okay. Maybe let's, yeah, it's okay. Maybe let's deal with what is before us.
Okay.
And then, because you will have formally raised your concern in respect of what is outstanding, I'm sure we can impress upon the department. Okay. Or they would then have to go back and also respond to those. Because Lorona, as we said, we don't have any knowledge of how the department will have sought to respond. And I know that Infulen was also supposed to deal with some other parts.
Mm.
You know, because those might not necessarily be related to the department. I mean, the health certificates and all of that.
Mm.
So it's not within the purview of the department.
Okay.
You know? So maybe let's deal with what can be dealt with as far as the report is concerned coming from the department. And then when we follow up, similar to what we will have said with Mema Mutau, when we follow up with the office of the MMCs, we'll say, and we must do that Caesar very soon, so that we write to them formally. I must go and submit those things physically.
Mm-hmm.
We say, this is outstanding, but Infulen could not even come to the meeting. And then once we've got a response, we'll share with yourselves, including the option of having a physical interaction. Ne?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Mema Zane,
Yes,
if you could be so kind to take us through the issue of the title deeds.
Yes, Chair. I had indicated that we would like Dr. Sekete, I'm going to talk to him after this for him to give me his contact addresses so that he can give us the list where he's saying these properties are not yet transferred, because I indicated that we are aware that we have been working in these areas, 4 areas that are mentioned in the petition. So we know that for some properties, title deed might have been registered in the name of some of the petitioners, but we need to know if he can just provide us with the list of the 249, and then after that we'll do the back office staff to check whether we have transferred. Where we have not transferred, we will then take it up from there and address the issue with the petitioners and also respond to the petitions committee to say this is where we are and this is where we are going. And again, Chair, I had indicated that the last part of the, as you rightly say, the last part of the petition, as Mr. Secretary is indicating, I think it's municipality areas, but we would assist the petitioners to direct them correctly at the municipality to check who exactly at the municipality is responsible for these other areas so that they are able to go to the municipality and get people that are specifically responsible for what they are looking for, rezoning certificates and all those things that they are including. But specifically for title deeds, I again need to get, because like I said, we tried to call to get the number where I can get hold of the main petitioner. Chair. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Member Zanele. So what you are in essence saying is that there has been an issuance of a title deeds.
We have registered, yes.
Hmm?
Yes, I'm saying we have registered some of the properties that might be listed on the 259 properties that we identified initially.
So 259 has been registered?
It might not be all, Chair. That's why we want the list first so that we properly investigate, identify those that have been registered, identify those that are not yet registered, and come with a plan as to how do we move forward with those that are not registered.
Okay. So in essence, what is being, you will come in that escape. My sense is that the department is saying, look, we've started a process, but not everybody might have been reached. Because there's a specific petition, we want you to give us the names of those that are outstanding, so that in our correspondence with yourselves, we'll look at how best the department can facilitate for the although overall of the 259, I mean the expectation is that you are going to enroll them, isn't it? But you wanted to get a sense of the names of those that might be outstanding out of the 259.
Yes, Chair, we look at the outstanding, do our back office exercise, check whether they were HSS approved, the occupants, and we've got a lot, back office exercise, but we will give a plan to you, Chair, to say this is our findings, these are the ones that are transferable. In this township, because there are 4 townships, is it a registered township already with the deeds office? Because you might find that maybe in one of the townships, the township is not yet registered with the deeds offices, meaning that we cannot transfer in that township. So we are just going to do our back office stuff and then give a report and a plan around it, Chair.
Okay, that is it, and then the members will come in.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I would like to comment, or Ms. Zanel, when she spoke about, she will refer us to Mfuleni to deal with other matters which are not being held. So I would like to say to her that we have went to them several times. So that's why we came to the provincial level. So we don't want to go that side to Mfuleni anymore. We want to be assisted on the provincial level because we held several meetings. I've got the minutes here in front of me of the whole departments, from building to social development, nutrition, all of them. We do have the minutes here. And I even stated on my petition that what I want from legislature to assist us with what. So now we want to be assisted in a provincial level. Even if you can call them to account, maybe that one will work. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So in essence, you are happy with the part that relates to the process of the title deeds?
Yes, I'm happy.
Okay, so there's nothing wrong. The only thing that remains is that you then share that information with Ms. Anel.
Yes.
Then the other part, unfortunately, we are still going to have to involve Infuli. You see, because that is their mandate. You see, that is the mandate that they give. So Rona will facilitate those engagements between us, because when you did it, you were on your own. You were not with us. You see, this time around, it must be different. In essence, it means we must play an intermediary role to try to pacify where you are not seeing things, in the same line, with the municipality. Because you will have raised quite a number of things. You see, there's a shopping list of the kind of things that you want. So meaning that we must go back to the municipality. Where are you? How far are you? But then there's a dynamic there that we might and will investigate as well. Because in Mfuleni there's the administrators, isn't it? The administrators. So we as we check, we'll check whether it could be the municipality solely on its own, or whether there might be some sort of intervention required from the Department of Cocta as the ones that will have assigned these administrators. You wanted to come in that day?
No, thank you very much, Chair. What I wanted to assist the process with was that one, we can always escalate the matter to the MEC, because it's the MEC responsible for human settlement and COCTA, such that the involvement of the administrators and the municipalities, at least they are made aware of these particular requests, and they can make the necessary follow-up on their side.
Definitely. So when we think we're not finding job, we'll definitely escalate. So we'll either way involve COCTA in human settlement. Raise your hand. The one with the German card. You see, it's from the MEC's office. MEC Leboga Maile. So as he sits here, he's mandated from that office. And I get what look at these issues, and that is it. So that when it's big, you sort of deal with them at that level to cause for necessary intervention. So I think we're agreeable on the process. Again, we're agreeable on the so you will see them who can excuse you so that you almost immediately deal with that issue.
Chair.
Let's then go to...
Chair.
Oh yes, sorry. I almost made a mistake. I left out the number. Sorry for that.
No, Chair, I just wanted to register my dissatisfaction with this report.
Sure.
I wouldn't have called it a report, but because they wrote something, you might have called it a report. Because there is nothing here, Chair. I mean, it is disputing the fact that this petition was reported in 2015. It says it was reported recently. I was under the impression that it doesn't mean when Mrs. Awusi Zanele was receiving for the first time, the department never received it before. And maybe you should have taken her through the process of how we undertake this petition so that next time she understands. That is one area. The second area, you can't come and tell us that the cell number is not working, when in the petition there is a physical address. It doesn't make sense to me. And when in the very same people who made referrals, you know them. And before they make referrals, they get contact of the very same petitioners that have been forwarded to you. So that in itself, Chair, I do not accept that. It is not acceptable. And I thought you would speak harshly on that. Because remember you said on the other one we did not have a report. On this one at least they wrote something. But this is not a report, Chair. Next time people are going to tell us that we can't find them on the phone. And they would have written it down, therefore it is a report. It can't be acceptable, Chair. Thanks.
No, you are correct, Member Lesoalo. In fact, I will have inadvertently committed to speak to that part. That maybe it's not so much encouraging. That will say we have not found the petitioners. Maybe what should have been the case, is that when you encounter difficulty, you could have maybe liaised with our coordinator, committee coordinator, to try to help you in locating the petitioners. But over and above, I mean, I will have spoken to it earlier. That much as I want the reports, they must be qualitative. I had a discussion with you that this earlier, right? You know, I'm really concerned. And that is why even the merit having the report, they did not want us to deal with it because of its questionable, status. So overall, we want a qualitative report. Must really apply your minds. The only thing that I gathered was that, and hence I will have set forth a process, was that because Ms. Zanele says we don't have additional information. So when the petition was submitted, it did not have necessary attachments of those that will have been signed to be excluded. And hence we are affording them a chance to sort of meet with the petitioner so that they can then solicit that additional information. Because in essence, it implicates the standing of the report. So I think we might just have to fix that so that when you finally do give us a report, it will be more thorough, but also as comprehensive. Other members, maybe let me also welcome a member, Peach. Member Peach, if you can just greet. They don't see you.
Thank you very much, Chair. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen, for only arriving so very late. Unfortunately, I had another commitment that was made prior to this, but I endeavor to thoroughly catch up to where we are and to contribute further as we move along. So thank you to each and everyone for availing yourself for this very important public engagement. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Member Pinch, and you're welcome. So yeah, let's do as agreed. Meet with the petitioners, get the additional information. Let's enrich the report, make it more qualitative. Can we then go on to the next? Is it the Alexander one?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, let's deal with the Alexander one.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Chair. On the matter of Alexander, I think.
Where are the petitioner for Gauteng? Yeah, maybe if you can just come this side, because we want to deal with your. Your petition.
I'm glad what you said, because earlier I was watching on YouTube. And
Is it on YouTube?
It's streaming live. And I saw the chairperson was very angry with the lack of reports. I saw he was. I'm glad what you said. Because the problem is now we still engage in it. Then we look stupid. That's true.
Okay. So let's start so that we don't take up too much time. So, Mengatale, thank you for coming. We know that you are standing in on behalf of Mama.
Sylvia Mama.
Mama Velmina.
Mama Cynthia, kina Velmina Marete Mela Mama. Katani Momel.
Oh, Luna Guluna Mama
Rabana
Velmina.
Hairil Babarat.
Agutuma?
Rabana Katani.
Oh, Lebana
Katani. Is not the first born, okay, second born, and okay, last born.
Oh, wonderful. We are really blessed by your presence. So let's see if we can do justice to this matter, which relates to misallocation of the RDP houses. So we have read this petition, isn't it?
No.
Did we read it?
No.
This one is.
We hadn't read this one.
No, this one is not yet read.
Okay. So let's quickly read the petition, and once it's the summary,
okay,
and once it has been read, we'll invite you to confirm or raise any other issues of concern, and then we'll ask them that to take us through the report. Well, at least although the report is coming in late, but at least there's a report, but not that one.
I'm submitting for the second time.
Come on.
I'm submitting for the second time. The report.
You are submitting it for the second
responded
time?
last year. For the same.
Member Sisa, are we receiving this report for the second time? Hey. Because I just saw it. Okay, so if that is the case, let's duly apologize. But I'm seeing it for the first time, so it might be that because we deal with quite a number of petitions. Have you seen the report before?
Chair, I've never seen it before. Hence, you note in the summation of the petitions, there were follow-ups that were done respectively. So, but I will reflect on that when I'm reading the petition.
But even that the police was confident that it's for the second time, I don't think there would be any reason to lie.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
We
Yeah.
must apologize for that.
Yes.
It might have been a mishap on our part. But be that as it may, I think let's see how. So if you can quickly take us through the summary.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, you might be correct because at times our emails, some of the department emails were going through to our junk mail, so we happen to have missed some of the emails.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for resending the email.
Misallocation.
You must teach others to submit it.
Misallocation of RDP house. The petitioner is Ms. Felemina Singo, an elderly female who resided at 146 Alexander, submitting the petition on behalf of her mother, Ms. Sylvia Nkatane Momela. The petitioner alleges that her mother, Ms. Sylvia, is an 80-year-old geriatric citizen who applied for an RDP house and was never allocated a house. She alleges that in 2010, Ms. Momela was notified by the municipality that her RDP house application was approved. It stands 24677, All Africa Games, Alexander. However, she alleges that Ms. Momela was never allocated the house she was approved for. She explains that Ms. Momela inquired at the municipal offices several times regarding the misallocation of her RDP house, and to her dismay, she was not assisted. She also states that Ms. Momela resides at a squatter dwelling that is rats infested and urgently require a decent home for herself and her family. Furthermore, she alleges that she escalated the matter to the former mayor of the City of Johannesburg. However, the matter was not given the necessary attention. The petition was referred to both City and the Department of Human Settlement on the 11th of August 2020. Numerous follow-ups were done on the 8th September, 14th October, and the 14th January 2021. Currently awaiting a status report. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So that is the summary.
Yes.
So who's leading the delegation? Go ahead, Mama Velemi.
Mama all the time.
Okay, Morale. Can you then confirm whether it's a true reflection?
It is a true reflection. Everything what was said there, it's true, and this is the petition that I've made legislature in town.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mama. But if you can quickly take us through the report.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll try and to speak to the report. I think the first thing that one needs to do is to concede to the facts presented, indicating that some of the challenges that are being put on this particular petition are caused by some disjointedness that happened between ourselves and the City of Johannesburg then, because these allocations were done by the city around that particular time. However, we've taken it upon ourselves as a department to try and find a solution to this particular matter. I can safely indicate that in terms of our HSS record, indeed, the complainant or Momelo was actually approved. We advised in terms of, because of that project was somewhat oversubscribed, that there be a deregistration and we register for a new project, which was actually done. And Chair, I can indicate that now that we're dealing with somebody who's at the age of 80, the team, we received this petition, I think, around September. The team visited the house. We tried calling the number 060-776-8369 to no success. The team visited the house on the 4th, left a note, came back on the 7th. There's pictures to prove that we visited the house. But be as it may, I think our approach to this particular matter is that we've got the housing allocation policy accommodates people that are actually of age in terms of pensioners, special cases. In a sense that we can somewhat find a way of accommodating men. However, the projects, we do not necessarily have any projects closer to Alexander. And it might be difficult for us. We don't want to be taking decisions on behalf of the family. The only projects that are actually active in the City of Johannesburg, it's your Riverside, where we're dealing with allocations, Flurof, which is in central Joburg. We've got Luferen towards the west. However, there's two projects closer to Alexander, which is Linksfield, where the planning has actually commenced, but we'll start seeing dust in the next financial year. So there's another one called Frankenwald, where we are still busy with the planning. So we are going to be guided by the family in terms of whether they would want us to consider Mama in the other projects that we're actually working on, or they wish to wait for the projects that are actually taking place around Alexander. I'll pause there, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mama Veliminale Mangwanele Malum. So Lefapalere, they've actually considered the plea Mama Sylvie. Because they think they would prioritize her allocation of a house. The only challenge is that there's no, the project is already available closer to Alexander, where they can allocate for her. But then they've got several other areas. And what we did to are Florov, Riverside, they give what? Deep slope, side deep slope. And then it has not started. So Linksfield seems to be the closer part. But you see, they've not started. And Mawawari or Mama says, so Lefapalere Nevasa Tueto around the world to allocate Mama Sylvia without even spoken to before we were. So it means the decision or allocation is a family.
Yes.
Yes. So department nere ebatla lona in lona ba le bathaina or lena normal ka allocate wa boka because of mogolo ba so lona lu dula boka maybe re ke botse question lu dula boka
Can I respond as well? Can I respond?
Okay.
Okay. Mama have had 4 kids, which is myself and the 2, and the 1 is deceased. I've got a house, and then these 2 they don't have. They still stay with Mama. That's why I resorted to take Mama, because of now the house is overcrowded. Remember, this case is since 1988. That means it has 33 years. So there's also even grandchildren say it's overcrowded. So it's only me and the deceased sister who actually had our own houses. But I decided to take, I'm staying in Mamelodi. So actually for now, because of the house is overcrowded, I decided so that I can take Mama because of her health and everything, so that I can remove her there. Because of that Zozo, borehole. It was placed at the borehole, and it was said that it is for temporary. So I saw the condition there that we cannot even fix it. We tried to make an engagement with housing to say we have a plan, we want to build it. Then they refuse. And then now there's holes, there's rats, there's all the reptiles can get through there. So I saw it that I should take Mama, and Mama is now presently playing with me, but not unless.
So what we're asking, because we're no longer dealing with a challenge.
Okay.
There are solutions. The department says, look, why at a point where we can allocate to Mama, and make a right by her.
Okay.
So there are a number of housing projects.
Yes.
That the department would have thought Mama could be placed in.
Okay.
Riverside, Florov, Loferen, and the other one. So the other one is Linksfield. So what the reason why I was asking you, Lona, Lidula Kokai.
They stayed the same with Mama. It's only me and...
Mamelodi.
No. Badula Alexander is only me who's staying in Mamelodi.
Oh,
So there's Basali Banaba Mama, they stay with Mama in that Zozo.
Okay. No
Yes.
problem. So let's have an understanding around what Lona is a family, or do you want us maybe to give you time? Because Barry project included, good thing I get over that they included, Mar, it's around 3 areas. One of them is in deep slot. The other one it's in Florov. Florov kamo marawa so wetu kamo marawa Midlands. Rodeboard road. Yeah. Rodeboard road. Then the other one iko Luferen. Luferen iko marawa ko protein wa. Karo sama karo ya ku baraku ga irrigation le. Yeah. Ibi lo feta le Dobson. Kwa ko marawa. So, kidi pleke tse lo reng bare ntlu e ka tswa go teng. So, ga o tlo itse mo lona gore lona le na mama fu ntlu ko kae out of these 3 areas.
Okay, I think Mama, because of the relatives are around, it will be so unfair for Alatleloko so where she's going to be very far. As long as it can be nearer Alexander, whereby there will be people who will be checking on. Nesfield is far.
Hey, ma'am, I want any project which is around Alexander. Or as we currently speak, there's no project, RDP project, closer to Alexander.
Okay.
No? The only ones that are detailed, Luferen to go outside the Kumarawa, Ugarota Mukahizu. You see? And then we go deep slope. Deep slope, it's not too far. Deep slope. It's just closer to Midrand. Then the other one, you go riverside. I mean, riverside thing you will live. Floor off, you go roadboard. You see? So those are the only. It's one affair. La molo into. Ya mama ingazo good. So about to eat alone.
Chairperson, can I be given a chance to brief how we feel? Ne? Because of there was a confirmation that Mama's house was there. We understand that now we are at the end. You want to tell us that to solve this matter, then we can do this. I understand that, but it's fine, we'll get to that. But we feel very much unfair for today Mama has to be thrown far away, whereas in Kluyahage, it was out and it was given to other people, whereby there must be officials who are accountable of doing that. According to me, that was corruption. And through corruption, that is actually confirmed by the office that yes, Mama was approved for a house. Then Mama today must be thrown away, far away from the. I'm very much disappointed and I'm very much emotional regarding it. I'm so sorry for the committee.
And you are very much correct to be angry. It's not a nice thing. It really is not a nice thing. You see, that Mama will have had to endure the torment that she had to experience because of some level of criminality, somewhere, you know. But be that as it may, we then want to come up with a solution so that Mama ultimately has a place that she can call her home or her own. You see? My only fear, and the department makes mention that there is a project which is coming up. It's in Linksfield.
Yeah.
But my biggest fear, and Lord knows I did not even want to mention that, you know, is that Mama in her fragility of her age,
83.
if we say let's await that project, we're not sure. Remember, when you are 80, it's the golden age. You see, it's an age of a fragility. So we don't even want to take chances. Because the difficulty is that if Mama were to leave us without having received this house, unfortunately none of you will receive it on her part. You see? So it's the scorn that we have to deal with, that Mama had a house. Why couldn't we intervene on time? Why couldn't the people who occupied the house unlawfully be evicted? And I'm not sure whether the department will have considered that option, you know, of evicting people, and so that Mama can move into a rightful house. But there seems as if there's a hand.
Thank you, Chair. It's Mfanseni Khate, Regional Director. According to our investigation, is that Mama was not allocated, but was approved on a reference number. Yeah. The number that they say is 244, it's a reference number on the system. And during that time, around that time when the Africa Games, it was municipality that was responsible for that project and on our location. So after Mama discovered that she has not been, because it was oversubscribed. And oversubscription, it means that you would have application, let's say 1,000 application, you end up building 750 houses. Then you'll have 250 people that are approved but not allocated. In that event, if ever we move, we build another project, what we normally do, we deregister those people on the system and reapply, move them to a new project. So it was a similar situation. So Mama was asked to deregister his approved subsidy and reapply for a new subsidy. Do you understand? Hence, they're in this situation. And then beside that, if probably, I wouldn't know the historical background, probably if there were other projects within Alexander then, maybe he would have been helped. But unfortunately, in the past, all allocation, because municipality is a certain grade municipality, they were the one that were building houses and doing allocation. It's of recently that we have taken over that responsibility because of all these problems that were happening in the city of Johannesburg, and we decided we're giving them this responsibility and they're not doing them well. So we took some of those delegations back to the department. Okay. So in this event, as you have correctly said, if the family, because we have gone to the house looking for Mama and we couldn't find Mama, and Usisi says they have taken Mama to somewhere else, what would urge the family to do is to make a decision as to where Mama can be allocated. But beside that, the sisters that are not having houses, they must also look at the opportunity of maybe checking whether they have applied for houses, what are the processes also. Because if ever Mama happened to pass away tomorrow, they're not going to benefit on that house, okay?
So that's the fear that we have. Yeah. So that's the explanation.
Okay.
Okay. So it wasn't much of an allocation, but referencing.
Okay.
Or she has applied, you are acknowledging that she applied, but not an allocation.
Okay.
So maybe we might be, pressurizing them much. Can we, through you members, I think it's an emotive thing, and obviously it would be unreasonable to expect that the family must just take a decision like that. Maybe let's give you a day or two, Mama Velimi, so that as a family you discuss this thing. But in essence, there is a house ready for Mama in either of the 3 projects that are there. But the sooner you make that decision, the better. Because as matters stand, it seems as if it's but the only way in which we can give comfort to Mama. I know it's not much of a comfort in that it's not a nice feeling, you see, especially when you're old. You are familiar with your environs and other friends and families. But we then have got this situation, which I don't think we would want to let slide. I wish it were possible, it's just that these things might be overstating. I wish it were possible to say, let's identify somebody in Alexander, request them to move into a new RDP house in either of the three projects, but unfortunately it can't be done in that way. I wish it were, but most unfortunately it can't. Otherwise it might be against the policies and systems of the department. You wanted to come in, Member Mabunda?
Yes, thanks, Chair. I wanted to say I also understand that it's an emotive decision that the family needs to make. But it seems they are banged against the wall, considering all what you've said and what the department is saying. So I think if it's agreeable, let's rather plead with the family that they make that decision within reasonable time. Chair, we don't have to say 2 days. They can go and consult whoever they want to consult, or go and have a discussion at home and make a decision quick as possible and inform the department. And then the department must also expedite that process as soon as the family has made that decision, so that both the department and the family are not disadvantaged in any way. And I think I sympathize with the department when they say if there was a project around the area of Alexander, it would have been ideal. But considering that there is no project around that area, we should, through you, Chair, humbly request the family to consider one of the 3 places. And we understand that, as you put it, you might not have grown or you might not have liked the area. There might have also been misunderstanding right from the scratch, because if I understood the family well, they were under the impression that Mama's house had been out and someone could have sold it or someone mismanaged that process. And according to the department's investigation, there was no mismanagement of that process. The reference number received, it's just part of a process. It was just an approval. And I think time is against the family. Hence, we request that for the family not to make a decision standing, let's give them time at their discretion, as long we've explained the disadvantage of taking long, so that we allow them to go and have a discussion as a family, and at that right time inform the department, then the department resolve the matter. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So, are tloeleng ngwana mo wa ke re Mama Velemin, or le fe mo nyatsa maybe le family le kopaneng, and then you will advise us so that we can feedback to the department. Although we don't want to pressurize you, I think the sooner we do it, the better. You can come in.
Okay. Chairperson, thank you for that. We will look into that. But then we've been having several verbal things to say. You know, we're going to be very much pleased actually to have that report that it was read for, so that we can have a record. And again, it was going to be very nice and professional if those options that you are giving to us should be in writing. because of a verbal thing, we have a problem. We think we've been undermined of the verbal things that we've been going through for the period of 33 years. So we are making a request from this office, from this meeting, that whatever that the department is communicating to us to have a proof, let it be in writing so that we see. When we go to discuss with the other families, we must be having something in writing, because of we might be leaving some of the information. And again, because of our more interest is at Nesfield, that the project is not yet in a process to be implemented, but that was our priority number one, Nesfield, because of it's next to Alexander. And we will also look into that, even if it takes 5 years, because of Mama never enjoyed the house. There is no reason for her to come and enjoy the house at the age of 81 while he's in chronic and dying soon. So the children who has to inherit the house, it's fine, they will enjoy. Mama never enjoyed the house. So there is no need that the department should be so in hush to say we take the decision. We are going to look into that, and we will also request the department to take us for a view. When you say, maybe we are saying deep slot is not fine, but only to find that we're talking about something that we think is not fine. But if the housing department can take us through of these 3 options, so that we go and view, maybe we can also opt for that. But opting for something that you don't even have an idea of it, we have a problem of that. I don't know, it's just a request, it's not a command.
Okay. Do you want to respond to that? I think there are two issues that you've been raised. That because of the time lag and the commitments that have been made over the last 30 plus years, which have not in a sense materialized into it, including a possibility of sightseeing, if you will. So if you can respond to those.
Thank you, Chair, again. We don't have a problem with showing them the 3 projects. And in fact, if they have an access to internet, they can be able to view that immediately. But we would like to stress the fact that when you have projects, you have numbers, and in those communities where those projects are built, they are approved individuals, and we normally reserve special case in each project. And as much as we can, because the financial year end is almost done, we would want to close some of these projects. Hence, we're saying they must make decision, because in the next month or so, you may find that the Riverside project is fully and is closed. Secondly, on the issue of waiting 5 years and all those things, would they please make a decision? Because if it happens that Mama passed away, they're not going to benefit anything. They must apply themselves as an adult for new houses, which they don't know whether they'll find them, because there is a queue of people that needs houses in Alexander. Hence, we said there was an oversubscription, there were a number of people that were approved and they were not allocated. So it's not only them that are having this kind of problem. There are a number of families that are currently having these problems that actually approach us on a daily basis, and we look at the case one by one.
Then the last thing, there was the last about being committed. I'm not sure, because it might be a special arrangement.
I'm saying our commitment is there on the report.
Yeah, but it's also recorded. So we are recording as everybody speaks. They speak through our recording. So those gentlemen who are there, that they cool. Are you recording? Yeah, that the tool who works with us. He records.
Okay.
So what I do is an Access to Information Act. If we have to adjust the recording of these proceedings, we'll do that. Because I got a
Yes.
but I want to make an appeal, special appeal to the family. What I know, there are these issues which unsettles us or unsettles you as a family. And the department can't even begin to compensate for all those lost things. I'm available. They can't. But because of virtue of you having submitted a petition with us, this matter will have then been lifted up. You see? Safe to say that, as in that Khadebe states, there's a number of other applicants, you see, from Alexander who also want allocations. And part of the consideration was around the age of Mama and the fragility. You see. So we want that to seize this moment. I know there are all these other frustrations, but let's seize the moment. That because through your petition, I get it's only through your petition that you submitted with us, that the department says, hey, let's assist Mama quickly. And it has got to be quick. Because we dragged. And I think that Mfani Saino also, speaks to it. The only challenge is that if Mama tomorrow doesn't arise, there's a forfeiture of all of that. So we really don't want to change stances, but really make sure that we leverage the opportunity that we have to make sure that at least, so it's in the list, trying to compensate, that Mama will have a place that she can finally call her own. I know the other issues about her enjoying it might be, some other considerations, but at least, much as if she did not enjoy it, much as she might not have enjoyed it, at least there's a place of dignity that you can relate with her through. So our family in without any pressure, and then we'll follow up so that we can feed back to the department to really make those because problem government that works on a plan and processes is that if they don't allocate to you soon, all of those housing projects might be failed, meaning that we must wait for another 5 years. And we're not sure in the 5 years whether Mama would still be with us. So maybe let's leave it at that. We'll then follow up with the family and then feedback. Yeah. So thank you very much for the report.
So we're going to get, sorry Chair, before you close, sorry for interruption.
Sure.
Are we going to get a response? When can we expect the response? Like maybe that letter through the email so that we can look at those places and make a decision?
No, that arrangement you can do of sightseeing. Yeah. I don't think that one even needs, anyway. You can, in fact, they are saying those projects are on the net, on the internet. You can even view them through the net so that you have a glimpse and then make a determination. The only thing that I'm unsure of is whether the department can organize ferrying them to all the different sites. You see, so it might mean you then visit those specific projects. You see, on your own, you visit them. We have mentioned the names. I'm sure they can give you the details around the exact location. Okay. They can share with you the exact locations of the RDP units in those specific areas. And then Lona, you can then apply your mind. Ya utlwana?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Le re dumedisetse mama.
Okay.
Ka mo tlisa go o interview fela re mo tlise go wa itse gore a futhumala. Mme Masisa we give mama a blank for winter.
Chair, but both the Lensfield can take another 10 years before one unit.
Yeah, so ke ona ntse re tshabang. Is it ona re tshabang ya Lensfield? It might be 5 years, 10 years. We don't want to take that challenge. So thank you very much, Ndate Khadebe, Ndate Pitso. Hey, you were so better mind today. Only have confidence in your. This man is so confident today. Thank you very much, Ndate Sipo. I don't know, Mama did not introduce herself. Next to you, Ndate Khadebe.
I did introduce all of them.
Oh, I was out. Okay. Because I was worried. Like, it's the young Charlotte McFly. So we really want to recognize all our women in our sessions. Thank you very much, Mama Zanele. Loyana, my sister. Yeah. We're meeting on Wednesday. I haven't forgotten.
On Wednesday?
Yeah, on Wednesday. We can meet after lunch.
No, thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity.
So thank you very much.
So
let's deal. There's an Alexander map. Where are the petitioners for Alexander? Encroachment. Where am I? Okay, quickly. The municipality is not here. This is a municipality later. Okay, so we can excuse the team. No? Yeah. So thank you very much to all of you. Mama, how can I tell you so that we have a.
I think we're at the first one. Look at the first one. The first one.
It's a trend. It's a fashion. I got
Archais can if
it's the last one.
Come once again.
Must be like
You're in a well.
Not number one.
In a well.
No, we just dealt with it now. Encroachment. So we deal with most of the petitions. I think we're dealing with them like this. Yes.
In the regulations, I'm going to include one senior manager.
Number two. We're dealing with number two.
But Chairperson responded to
Alexandra. Yeah.
So I had sent him this, and then he has responded. He said, "The company that the CP is not responsible. It's actually please send for more responsible." I had also sent this MMC. So same thing. Good afternoon, Chair. When did the meeting city manager?
We only postpone.
Only one.
Yeah, formal structure.
No, but there's another one of court. Yabafana Baba.
Acceleration. Acceleration.
No, it's
So the meeting are Wednesday.
It's on the other issue. The mega. I never found out but the first part, remove it.
And I'll get Wednesday. Remember Wednesday.
Remember.
Next time I discourage again.
But don't worry, we'll manage. I get when you are sitting here, you must give a sense of but you are in control. Because no officials get easily undermined. How can that go postpone? You must say Wednesday, I'm doing this meeting.
Remember, Chairperson, it's a good speak about joint oversight.
Yeah.
So that joint oversight is speaking to implementation.
Yeah. implementation.
But we have closed on that.
We've closed. All right. Okay, so let's Babundlo, you are assisting. I want us to deal with the Alexander matter and agree on the process. So, kana mama Bhutan, yeah. Mama Bhutan.
Okay.
Earlier on, I was very angry because your petition, and you will remember this is the second time actually. It's not for the first time.
More than the second time.
Eh?
It's more than the second time.
Well, under my watch, it's the second time.
Okay.
Where the city of Joburg did not picture. So earlier on, when I went out and said Member Chabalala must check, I want to call out the mayor. And maybe let me show you our exchange between the mayor and the MMC, so that I won't just say these things. Because I had a discussion with the mayor and the MMC, and I said, I'm also going to drop your tax. So we'll agree on the process. So here is the mayor. So I said, the mayor.
I just tried to...
He's showing in the text that he had between the mayor of Joburg.
Good day, His Worship,
and
the Mayor. I just tried calling you in respect of officials from who are no show in our petition, external hearing, whereas all other officials from other municipalities are available. It presents the city as lacking in taking petitioners and the work of committees serious. I've accordingly requested to prepare a formal correspondence to your office lamenting saying the state officials are as follows. Mr. Victor Rambau is the acting ED of Housing. Ms. Zanele Malusi, Emmanuel Sotomi. Okay. All the above were notified timeously of the attendance before the committee and yet have demonstrated utter disrespect. We trust that your office will look into this matter. As I test, petitioners are here at the venue, and because of the no-show of the state officials, we are forced to send them back. All the wild expenses have been incurred. Venue hosting at Thaba Eco Hotel, catering, transportation, and etc. Your prompt assist in the above regards will be greatly appreciated.
And can you see the response of the mayor?
Okay. The mayor says it's regrettable that the city is non-responsive on such important a process. Please send formal correspondence and shall act accordingly.
Yeah, so that is the response of the mayor. But again, that the Jeff Maku. And then I also sent to the MMC, because I had a discussion with them. So the MMC there, Barakem Loiso Lukain Masuku. I've also sent the same thing to her, and she responded. She said, "Good afternoon, Chair."
When did the meeting start?
Until when is it over? I'm speaking to the acting city manager now. We started at 9:30. Yeah, but okay, let me speak to the city manager. And I'll revert in 10 minutes. So that is where we are.
Every time everybody meeting, like if abate, then after meeting, we petition matetinyana. Para Facebook, we got to go to Samahan. Para padi, pampiresi, we go to Samahan. First meeting, global meeting, we building control, we fund tray, but demolition structure with immediate effect. Same day, no meeting. So,
Yeah, just hold on.
I'm
here with Mebutani. She's a petitioner. You know, on 2 occasions, when we extended an invite to those specific officials, they would not have presented themselves. And it's really draining Mebutani. So I had shown that I corresponded with you earlier on, so that we take up this matter and see it towards logical because Mama Butani, as things stands, I mean, she's crying, and it's really understandable, including the rest of the committee who are here. So the membership of the committee has requested that I follow up with you as well as the mayor around when these officials can finally handle or resolve this petition here, Mama Butani.
Okay. Look, I wish I could, because I don't know the content of the petition, but I'm happy to deal with the matter, hand it over officially, and then we can then speedily resolve it within the city's petition system. But I will have to be appraised of the matter, Chair.
No, definitely. I think it's not even a difficult matter. It's just around the encroachment, which is a mandate carried by the municipality. So Mama had just requested that there's a neighbor that is encroaching on a property. She requested the intervention of the city to cause for the demolition of the protruding parts of her neighbor's house.
Can you give me Mama's number, and then can I be emailed the thing? Then I will have someone deal with the matter tomorrow.
Okay, definitely. I will send you
That is a commitment I'm making as leader of executive business.
Okay, I'll send you all the relevant details.
Okay, thanks, my leader.
Thanks a lot, MMC. So, Mama, that is the MMC responsible for corporate safety. So, all the MMCs in Joburg, they feed into that department. So, it's a department that deals with HR, legal, labor, and the likes. You see? So, the MMC is committing that once we have sent all the documents, she will then assign somebody to deal specifically with these issues.
The last meeting, it was on the 15th July, 2017, 2019. The housing department, they didn't show up. After 15 days, then they give this letter. They always promise something that they don't do it. So I said, every time I read Lemo, Lena no utlota, Rosatlo no receive the letter, but I will say next. Every time after meeting, Retola promise, but I nyakas.
Yeah, my sister. Let me give you an assurance. This one will follow it up. I personally will follow it up.
Okay.
Because I've seen it appearing on the system for some time.
Okay. And last meeting, because you were inviting the relevant people, but when you invited the last meeting, information. So ba khutla ka strike. So rena re fitile mona sa ra bona strike.
Okay. So if I'm Mama Butani, so that we can hear her part.
Thobela, Chairperson, ke le dumedisa kaofela ka tlhompho le boikokobetso. Ke swabile haholo che hobane ke tsa di up and down. Ebile ke etsa 64 years this year. Can't do one. Ka empty promise e ba mphang yona ko masipaleng. Ka boikokobetso ke kopa thuso. Ke kopa thuso obane bophelo bo tseba ke modimo. Last year, next right. ne ke sa right ebile ke le ko gae ke na le depression e nngwe e botlhoko ke be ka tsamaelwa ke ngwana so ke a kopa chair please ka letsatsi ke lena motlhomong ka osane or after next week ka ke ra ke tla mo ke tlo leboa hore ke lebohile structures tsamaile nka thabela ntho eo ke a leboa.
So I think we le MMC le majoro. There seems to be somewhat of a commitment. The only thing it's one was tomorrow follow up. Le MMC upilo re mo romella ditokomane tse. So re tlo mo romella ditokomane tse. And then so who was the rapporteur for this matter? Check or assign so that
again, right? Let me just check.
To Sanele, the refill member. Can we, can I suggest that member Tulane assists in this matter? Member Ndlovu?
Yes.
So please assist. And then we can follow up with the seat. It's not a difficult issue. I'm not sure why the city is finding it so hard to resolve it. Megakana, you wanted to say something?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think it's important that when we... I think it's important that when we write these types of correspondence...
Yeah, wait, because I must record you for man.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's very important that when we come across such matters and failure to appear, that we really enforce the rules of GPL, because this is a clear contempt. When you've summoned a department to appear before a committee and you summon them twice and they don't appear, it does constitute contempt, and there are processes to deal with contempt in terms of the rules. So I think when you do write the letter to the MMC, it must be a strongly worded letter to say, we do take it in serious light that this is contempt and we will follow the necessary processes should they fail to appear.
Yeah, I think this is what I would have said in the so I spoke to them, and then I then said, you know what, for record keeping, let me also send you a text so that it's not a miss. But of course, I did agree with the mayor that we will generate a correspondence. So that correspondence will go out before end of the week. So it's not only City of Joburg. Even in Fulani, because in Fulani for some strange reason, there are no show, there are constantly a no show. You know, the other time that the director was, she gave us a one-page letter. You remember, Mos? That the one. Some other lady came with a one-page letter. You know, you could not even know what was it. So, Mama Bhutan, maybe give us this week, between tomorrow and Friday. And then on Friday we'll come back to you around the process. That we will have agreed with the MMC and the mayor. But yeah, I think Salam Rao Ifel, I get in Twakal. Ifel, what is Tolar Nanzere? Next time a new matter, no longer this one. So, Rokopa Maitwarelo, we would really like to apologize, not so much on behalf of the municipality, But simply because of, the time that you will have taken to be with us in the hopes that we'll resolve your matter. And I can imagine, I'm sure you will have had better things to do with this time. But unfortunately, we were let down by the municipality. But I think we'll find a way of correcting that, because it's just unacceptable. So would like to apologize, but we'll follow up. We'll really follow up on this matter. So yeah, members, if we can do that information sharing with the MMC through Member Ndlovu, I think that will assist us. So okay. Norle wile wa holo.
Dinamba tsela. Dinamba.
Tsaka.
A ke rile motho o kopa re mo fe di email addresses so then what communicate with the email address.
Yeah, rona re tlo mo romella as the committee. Re tlo mo romella the petition as well as all other attachments. We have got them, members. Yeah. So we, unless if there's newer things that you have. Yeah, there is none so that we follow up. So you can, yeah. What we don't have, I think it will assist us a great deal. So that we follow up. We'll send out tomorrow already. So that concludes that petition. So it's still left open. But we'll follow up on it. Is there any other outstanding one, maybe? Or we're done for the day? Okay. So members, it would seem as if we were done for the day, but we are not done for the program. We are back here tomorrow. Yeah, we are back here tomorrow morning. Mama Svanyon. When are we starting tomorrow? 9:30. So same time, 9:30. We're here. We're dealing with more contentious issues. We're dealing with violence, taxi industry. Very intense.
They won't kill us, man. They won't kill us.
You want to speak?
No.
Sure.
Chair, I was saying I didn't want to say it when the family was here. That Alexander matter, in terms of what the department said as an excuse of over subscribing. Remember, that is the area where that area was occupied. And then we might have similar petitions in future. We may need to develop a strategy to deal with that as a collective. It's just that today they escaped because of the old lady. But there was a lot of corruption involved, and a lot of houses there, I remember during that particular time, were occupied. And there are a lot of people who are complaining that their houses have been allocated, and when they go to the province, they are told that there's nothing they can do. Today they escaped because they were saying it was not, they said it was not, they say it was approved, or whatever technically that they spoke of. We might need to look into that in the future. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. I know we're made, and I actually spoke to him in person. All right, you know what? If we are, because there might be an avalanche of those. So that is why I'm saying, in our resolve of petitions, we really would want to have a foresight on specific issues that might warrant not just an individualistic intervention, but it must be holistic in approach and outlook. Because you might resolve a petition today, only that tomorrow there's 20 more of a similar nature. Can the department sustain this kind of intervention? Yes. Why even of the
But you see, and that's the problem that we sit with. Because we uncover wholesale corruption.
And they're gonna tell
balance.